Welcome to the Fantasy Football Garage. I'm Chris. My friends call me the Candyman. And you already know what time it is. Tonight, we're drafting best ball teams. On the agenda for tonight, we've got a Best Ball Mania 6, followed by the Great Dane 2, a $200 high stakes entry best ball draft on Underdog that came out, I think, yesterday. We're also going to try to draft a Husky 2. Maybe get into some of these other tournaments. We'll check in with the chat. We'll talk about the latest news, what's going on in the NFL, the Quinshon Judkins news, the Rashi Rice news, all of this and more. We'll discuss it tonight. Get in the chat, say what's up. Make sure you smash the like on your way in and subscribe to the channel for more fantasy football strategy, draft strategy, and fantasy content all summer long. We've been here. We've been in these streets, drafting these teams. I'm over 500 drafts deep at this point on August 15th, and we're still going. We have our home leagues coming up, redraft coming up, and we've got a couple more weeks before the NFL cuts down rosters to the 53-man. I think we have 2 weeks until the 53-man roster cut downs. We've got something like, 21 days until the start of the NFL season, something like that. So we're going to be drafting a bunch of teams. I've got 45 best ball manias left to go until I max. We've been saving them for August. So without further ado, let's kick it to the intro. Let's get into some of these drafts. Let's have some fun on a Friday night. Thanks for being here. Let's do it. But overall, it's like the guy can ball. Like, actions speak louder than words. All right. How we doing tonight? We're drafting out of the 2 spot. Lucky me. I think that's better. Does that work better, that size? Drafting out of the 2 spot. I've got my rankings updated. A lot's been going on lately, so I had to make some changes. Got a few drafts in earlier today, but we're going to go hard tonight. We're going to hit the streets. The best ball streets. We're going to be ripping some of these tournaments tonight, getting volume in. It's time. It's peak best ball season. We're ready. We're prepared. We've got the reps in. It's time to take down one of these large field tourneys. Let's get right into it. Bijan Robinson, come on down. I've only got 3% Bijan. Kind of crazy to say that, but I've been waiting till August to make my move. I was stocking up on Jefferson, on CD Lamb. So we can see here, we'll try to look and get and be a unique pairing. There's going to be a lot of unique pairings for me with Bijan from the 2 spot. I was drafting him in the 4, 5, 6 spot. That's why I only have about 3% in Best Ball Mania. Actually, that was all tournaments exposure. So I'm really underweight Bijan. I think it's a little bit harder to build out teams when you take a running back in the first 3 picks because of the available running backs you can get in rounds 2 and 3. So I typically like to start receiver, whether it's CeeDee Lamb or Justin Jefferson. With the Justin Jefferson news, I've moved him down, just kind of bumped him down a little bit in my ranks. My Best Ball Mania exposure to Bijan is, 5%. So I'm a little bit more evened out in Best Ball Mania. But across all tournaments, I was taking much more CeeDee Lamb all summer long. We see McCaffrey and Neighbors jump ahead of Jefferson right now, and I think that's okay. Neighbors, I've seen going ahead a little bit more often than, more frequent than I've ever seen it. Yo, what up, Green Bean? Thanks for being here, brother. Hope you're having a great Friday night. We got Nick Bach in the house. Winning the flex is up, brother. We got Steve Shalpin here. What's up, my man? Hope you're doing great, Steve. Having a nice week. Been ripping streams. Steve's been putting out a ton of content. Nick Bach's been putting out a ton of content. And I just appreciate y'all being here. Hope your drafts are going good. We're getting in some volume tonight. We're going to be doing a Best Ball Mania, a Great Dane 2, maybe some Huskies, maybe another Best Ball Mania. Maybe, who knows? There's a lot of tournaments out. And a little birdie told me that Underdog's going to be dropping a new tournament practically every day next week. So buckle up, get ready. We just filled the eliminator. Sad to say, I could not commit to the slows, and I couldn't stay up late enough to draft more. I got 30 eliminators in, and I have 2 slows going that I'll finish up. But just unfortunate. I would have liked to have gotten closer, like 50, 40, 50. But I honestly did think the eliminator would be open up closer to the start of the season. So my whole plan was to finish Best Ball Mania and then shift over to eliminator. Hey, next year they'll have to make the elim even bigger. But I'm excited for that one. Just wish I could have got a little bit more volume in there. And then the big eliminator that dropped today, it's not the same format. It's not the same advanced structure. So I'm not actually really interested in it. I don't even think I'll do one of those. Coming. Green Bean says the 2 poll options don't feel like a fair options. I made the poll yesterday. I can't even remember what it is. I'm pretty sure I'm asking about Quinshon Judkins, but you let me know. I forget what the poll question even is. There's 2 NFL games tonight. So I'm going to go Bucky Irving here. Easy click. Easy money. No doubt. Bucky Irving to go with my Bijan. I don't think I've done that before, but let me just confirm. I probably should have checked before I clicked it, but I wanted him so badly. I didn't really care. Yeah, I have not done Bucky and Bijan on a Best Ball Mania together. And then for my Bijan teams, do I have him with Adams? Yeah, 20% of the time I take him with Devontae Adams, which I think is pretty smart, considering the Week 17 matchup. And I've got him, Adams, ranked aggressively anyways. 40% of the time I have him with T, so that would be pretty much par for the course. Marvin Harrison, never done that, so that could be a unique one to go with if I don't take Adams. What about Evans? Evans, I don't have him with. I could just do T. I'm going to queue up T because I think it's just the right pick. But then I'll go to my Bucky. Bucky with T, only 8%. So this is fine. I'm going to go ahead and take T. Higgins and just apparently a lot of my Bijan teams in Best Ball Mania are also T. Higgins teams. That's naturally where the board goes. Like I was saying, I'm probably taking T. Higgins in the second round is why I didn't have Bucky Irving as much. And then, third round pick could be whatever. But that's a lot of the times T. Higgins was lining up there in the end of the second round. I like this start. This is a really fun start, a strong start. And we'll see Travion Henderson going pick 29. Yeah, Green Bean, let me know in the chat. What are the poll? What is the poll tonight? I don't even remember what I did for the poll. If I had to go off memory, I think I said something like smash the like. Where should Quinshon Judkins go? And the answer is like after Charbonnet or before Aaron Jones. Something like that. I know Aaron Jones is in there and there's some Aaron Jones slander. But if you're drafting Aaron Jones in the year 2025, stop it. Don't do it. We can look at the data. I was looking at the data again earlier today. Aaron Jones was not getting it done last season. He was volume-based. Yes, he had a good year. It wasn't actually a good year for fantasy. His situation's gotten worse. He has much more backfield competition, especially for the touchdowns, which is all that really matters in this half-point PPR. He has somewhat of a floor because of his receiving game, and he's always been pretty good for fantasy. But if Aaron Jones couldn't get it done for you last year with Sam Darnold going nuts, and we know the Vikings are going to be leaning on the run game even more this year, I don't know. Yeah, what's up? Sharpman was live earlier today. He was streaming some fun drafts. He put a little idea in my head. We can review, after this draft, we can review some of those Dalmatian drafts, those $1 Dalmatians that I set my ranks for, set my limits for, and then auto drafted 5 of them. We can check in to see how funny those ended up. I got a lot of, spoiler alert, got a lot of Aaron Rodgers and a lot of Russell Wilson. So if those are the quarterbacks you need to win in fantasy this year in the Dalmatian contest, I think I've got it locked down. Yo, what's up, Billy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a great Friday. Thanks for being here. Aaron Jones has been really inefficient on the goal line. Yes, sir. Fumbles, inefficient, can't convert, and so just can't get it done. Losing the faith of the coaching staff. Breece Hall's falling here. I think I like that for an RB3. Seems really nice, and to get the ADP value, almost 10 picks past ADP. Breece has been falling a little bit. The receivers who are going to come up are all in a really flat tier for me. So let me go ahead and grab Breece, who I do like him a little bit better than Chuba. Whether that's right or wrong, I mean, Chuba was actually better last season than Breece, and situationally, Chuba did get some more competition in the backfield, competition for targets as a running back as well with Dowdle there. Breece splitting the work with Braylon Allen. That could be good. That could be bad. We know Breece has a super high floor with his pass catching ability. Can the Jets offensive line take a step forward? Is Justin Fields good enough to control that offense and stay on the field? To be determined. I'll just go DJ Moore here. I don't take a lot of DJ Moore. I bumped him back up in my ranks with the way they've been talking about Luther Burden recently and all the things that have just been happening with Luther Burden. I had to bump Luther down just a couple spots, but what it really made me do is move DJ Moore up even more. But they are going to pick 50, scooping up some value. Breece at 47. Although I've been seeing Breece falling to the back end of the fourth round. He still sometimes goes to the end of the third, but I definitely see Ken Walker and Cook going ahead of Breece almost every draft these days. I think it just kind of comes down to the fact that Braylon Allen's been one of the biggest risers. We'll go to the Best Ball Overlay free dashboard, bestballoverlay.com/dashboard. You can check this out anytime. Keenan Allen, Torrey Horton, Chigakonkwo, Keaton Mitchell, and Braylon Allen, the top risers recently in the last 7 days. So that Braylon Allen rise 12 spots to pick 145 is partially the reason we see Breece kind of falling a little bit. Curious to see tomorrow when this updates how far Quinshon Judkins is going to be up. He's going to be one of the biggest risers in the last couple days with this recent news. But yeah, we can look at the data. I almost had enough time today. I didn't have enough time today to bring in the wide receiver data. I've looked at it, but I haven't been able to summarize it yet. Same thing for tight ends and QBs. For tight ends and QBs, it's not as interesting. But for the wide receivers, it's pretty interesting stuff. The running backs, I've had the numbers crunched for at least a month and a half by this point. So I feel pretty confident in knowing which running backs in the first, 6-8 rounds actually matter for fantasy, at least last year, and we can project forward for this year. And the list is surprisingly small. So I've made an effort to get 2, if not 3 running backs before essentially we get out of the 7th round. So I'm going to be much more balanced in my builds this year. I think the wide receiver talent in the tiers, once you get to about round 3, 4, and 5, it's very flat. In a weekly upside scenario, Cortland Sutton versus Marvin Harrison, just on a weekly upside, like it's not a huge difference, but they go round 3 versus round 5. You could argue some of these rookies like Golden, Egg, Buka, they also have a really high weekly upside. So I think you can make up ground between rounds 4 to 6 or 7 at wide receiver, but it becomes really hard to make it up at running back. We have to rely on, did Harvey fall to you? Are you going to reach up for Swift or Pacheco? Those kind of things. And we've seen those guys rising a bunch. Swift going at pick 61 here. I mean, I could take a 4th running back. It's a pretty robust start. I'd probably try to build a hyper fragile if I did do that, depending on my bye weeks. I like Pacheco here. I know that I probably should just go Olave, Juwan Jennings, or Addison. So I think I'll do that. I'm cool with Olave. I still think he's good. I go him much more frequently than Juwan Jennings. I just have more confidence, I guess. Even though Olave's QB situation is pretty bad. And I don't know. Depends on who you listen to, but some people are pretty pessimistic on the Saints this year. Let me make sure I have the right playoff week set up. There we go. Well, let me make this pick. So Juwan Jennings is still there. Pacheco went I don't think I need Montgomery here, although Montgomery's actually a really strong or running back 4. I'm gonna go ahead and take Juwan Jennings. Or do I want Addison? I'll do Jennings. I don't take a whole lot of Jennings, so I'm gonna mix up and go Jennings there. I honestly think Montgomery's a pretty solid pick in this range, so I'll take him a bunch there if I needed like the third running back. But with these 3 so far, with Bijan, Bucky, Brees, those guys can kind of hold it down. I'm gonna chill out on running back for a bit and kind of skip this tier and then come back to it later. So like Laporta could have been nice there. Maybe Hawkinson if he makes it back around. Juwan Jennings. Yeah, I do have the right week set up. So I get the little mini with DJ Moore and Jennings. And then I think that's it so far, but we'll continue to build out this correlation. I've got some stacking partners. Joe Burrow went pick 60, so he didn't come back around, but I wasn't really planning on him. This could be a Caleb team for me, which I don't do a whole lot of Caleb teams. If for some reason I wanted to grab Baker Mayfield, that would make sense with Irving, the way his pass catching upside. Rashad White's a little bit injured already. Bijan Robinson goes well with Penix. I want to get more stacks like that. And then Purdy's an option. So I'm liking this squad so far. It's a pretty fun start. It's a best ball mania. It's number 106 for me and feeling pretty good. How much Quinshon do I have? Yes, sir. I was looking at this before I started the draft. I think across all tournaments, I'm down to 9% Quinshon because I haven't drafted him since the day the news broke, which was early July. And across all tournaments, I think I had like 15 or 16% Quinshon, so that's dropped down to 9%. I think I drafted him once or twice at his depressed ADP on certain teams. In Best Ball Manias, I'm still at like 12%, I think. I can look again. I can pull it up. I think I checked right before the stream, and I have my updated CSV. So I'm at almost 11%. Almost 11% Quinshon. And most of it's at his original ADP. So that's the way it goes. I felt like I had a ton of Quinshon. I remember when the conversation was, Quinshon over Caleb for sure. Caleb's fallen a little bit. We were taking Quinshon ahead of, right after the Harvey and the Henderson kind of tier. Usually before Pollard, almost certainly. Pollard's risen with the Spears news, people catching on to the upgraded offensive line and quarterback play being pretty good for Pollard. Pollard was okay last year. He's a little bit underwhelming. He missed some crucial time at the end of the season, and Spears performed well. If you merged Spears and Pollard's performances, you'd have a decent running back output. And now they have an improved line and quarterback play. I think there is room to have like a good outcome for Pollard this season. We were drafting Pollard in the second and third round last year. So I think he's still fine going in the 6th, but he has kind of steamed up a little bit. Might just go Purdy to get it over with. I don't think tight end wide. No, I'll go Kelsey. Kelsey's fine. I'll go Kelsey first. It's more of a balanced build. I could take ETN. I feel like the risk with ETN, of course, is him losing out the job, some touches. So I've already got my 3 that I really want to bank on. This could have been a team that supported Godwin. I almost took him. Receivers getting thinner. I think I do just take Brock here to go with Jawan, the DJ Moore, bring back. Brock's pretty solid. Kyler's there. Do I take Kyler? ADP would say Kyler or Etienne or Mooney, which I have a bunch of. I'm worried about the shoulder. Shoulders can be bad. You can get held out with a shoulder for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and take Purdy on this one and not press my luck with QBs. I want to start here, and then maybe Caleb comes back around. So I have to keep that in mind. Mayfield. I was looking at Mayfield. I kind of wanted to add Mayfield there, and I would have considered Nix too. I want to get some more Nix. I think Nix is pretty attractive for his coaching environment, his offensive weapons, offensive line. I think it's all kind of good things. Kelsey's funny. I don't draft a lot of Kelsey, but I find myself clicking him there in the 8th round, and it's like, why not? Try to stay balanced, grab a tight end. I prefer Mark Andrews, but I'll take some Kelsey. And I just drafted 3 straight receivers, so I wasn't about to take another one. And I was, Purdy, kind of the same reason. So when on the corner like this from the 2 spot, I'll reach a little bit. I've already scooped a lot of value. I'll reach a little bit on a quarterback just to make sure I get one that I like before pick 119 in round 10, because there could just always be a run on quarterbacks. Let's see. Um, Green Bean was saying, pull Judkins at 85 or Aaron Jones instead. Yeah, no, I think Judkins is going to 85 sooner than later. I had him ranked about 120, and then I heard Herzig talking about him. I've heard a lot of other people talking about him. I've been in drafts. Quinshon is going to be going in a lot of drafts pretty high. In fact, this might be the perfect team to take him on. I have him ranked at 102. This could be the perfect team to take him on, where I've already got robust running back start. So I don't really need him, but if he smashes, whoo, if he's not suspended, all those kind of things. We have the suspension risk, but then we also have just like the adjustment to the NFL risk, the fact that the environment for the Cleveland Browns is not very good, and their offensive line's terrible. The team after me, he already has Lamar, and I don't see him taking Caleb. So what I do is I push Caleb and I take Judkins. Judkins goes right before me. You hate to see it. Oh, okay. Maybe Scatterboo will still be there. Scatterboo's a fun click here. I could have pushed Williams, but it's fine. I'll take the Williams, get the stack with DJ Moore, and then I probably need to go receiver, actually. So maybe Mims or Kirk. Either way, one of those two, Scatterboo. I'm getting intel that Kirk is going to start as Houston's wide receiver 2. He's looking good. He's looking healthy. He's making plays. Obviously, Higgins is there. Noel is there. Can push him later in the season, but should be Kirk's job, at least for now. Mims does go. Not too surprised. I think I go Kirk here because of the way I built this team. I still need some more wide receiver production, especially if Juwan Jennings has an early season calf issue. Then let me grab Kirk right there, who could be in a good spot with the Texans. We're going to be forced to pass a lot. I'm feeling really good with my 5 wide receivers. Circle back to running back, and kind of this running back range around pick 143 is really attractive. 143, 146. There's a lot of decent RB2s on their respective teams in that range, as well as maybe getting a tight end too. So tight end, running back, could circle back to that. It's been a while since I drafted a running back, but I started that way to make it possible. I would have taken Judkins there for sure. Like I was saying, Judkins at 118 in this one, that's about as late as I'm seeing him go. If you see Judkins in the 120s, I would say take him. Hard to know, though. Yeah, Cleveland. That's how I feel too, Green Bean. It's just the Cleveland risk. The Cleveland risk is almost even worse than the suspension risk because he could just never be able to get there. You have to hope on the touchdowns, and they could just not be in the right environment to score. But, maybe Flacco can put together some nice games, and if Shador does come in, maybe he's not so bad after all, kind of thinking. Jones should go much later. That's what I think. I think Jones should be going. I think Jones and Tracy should be going after pick 100. I've come back around because Hartman was asking me the other day how much Tracy I had. I haven't really mixed in any Tracy. I went back and looked at the numbers. I'm not going to mix in any Tracy. I just think Tracy's really bad. He did have some big games. He had a few big games. There's no denying that. I just don't think he's that good. He might be able to win you 1 week and hit your flex. But that's a lot. He's too expensive to only hit your flex and kind of as an maybe he's your RB3 on a team that you build. I don't even think he's good enough to be an RB3. I think he's an RB4, and he's priced right now like an RB3. Kind of same thing as Jalen Warren. It's hard for me to draft Jalen Warren too. The upside with Jalen Warren, he's actually decent pass catcher. Yeah, I looked at the game logs for Tracy, and they weren't terrible in the second half of the season, but he just wasn't consistent. He wasn't going to do it for you week over week over week. Some of the game logs were pretty interesting though. Got it here. So explosion, big plays, not great. The game logs though, a big week, a terrible week, a flex week, a terrible week, a flex week, a flex week, terrible week, flex week, terrible. So it was just like he had 2 big games, and he put together one really good game with 150 total yards. It just didn't really ever put it all together. So I'll go Jaden Blue there. That's exactly what I wanted with this pick. To come back around and wait on a running back and then get Jaden Blue is pretty sweet. Penix had gone, so kind of a bummer. He would have been a nice option with Bajan. I'm back on the clock here. Could do Bryce or Tua. I'm just going to take Bryce, and then I can try to backstack him later. I think he's the easiest to kind of backstack. The tight ends had dried up too. I didn't really want to take Hunter Henry there. Ferguson, Goddard would have been nice. And then Penix goes 136. So that's where I kind of missed out. Let's review those last picks. Yeah, so coming in, I was really focused on potentially getting Goddard or Ferguson, and then one of Tootin, Blue, or Braylon Allen. But Braylon Allen, I didn't really think I was going to take him on this team because I already have Brees. So I don't know if it'd make a ton of sense, but maybe it's still a good fine price in round 12. Penix going earlier, though, is a bummer. Scatterboo falling to 136 is a very nice price. He has the hamstring injury, so there's a little bit of concern, but I still think he is, going to win that role on that offense when he's healthy. The high value touch role, the pass catching back, the goal line role. Let's turn some music on, get it going. We're in round 14 of this Best Ball Mania. Risky. We've been hearing a lot of bad things today about Joe Mixon. Rumors. A lot of bad vibes on the Joe Mixon recovery from the foot surgery during the offseason. Through my first 13 picks, 13 rounds. We're in the 14th round. 3, 4, 5, 1. Started pretty robust running back. Got Brock Purdy stacked, Caleb Williams stacked, and then I took Bryce Young. Maybe I should have taken Cam Ward. Really would have liked Michael Penix, and then Tua is still available, so it's kind of interesting that Tua is falling. Maybe I should have waited on that. Could have probably pushed it for the third QB, but it's totally fine. Bajan, Bucky Irving, Breece Hall, Jaden Blue, T, DJ Moore, Olave, Jennings, Christian Kirk, Travis Kelce. I mean, do I lock up the Bucks backfield and take Rachaad White here? I feel like I can't do that, even though he's kind of a nice falling value. Even with the injury, seems like a decent place to get him. He goes right before me, and then so did Tua. I want to look at tight end and receiver here. I think I'll go Thielen first. The guy in the one spot also needs a tight end, so I'm a little bit worried he might take who I want, but I'm honestly cool with... I don't know if I want to take Otton right here. A little bit of a team stack, team correlation with Bucky. That would be decent. Jonnu or a Okonkwo. I guess I can't do a Okonkwo with Kelce if I want to stop at 2, but I think I'm going to go to 3 anyways. Could be like a 3-5-7-3 build. Take one more running back, one more wide receiver, one more tight end. Horton has been rising up boards really fast. I'm kind of tempted to take him here. I don't think he comes back around, but I'm going to go ahead and take Jonnu. He's still not practicing, which is kind of concerning, but I've got Kelce to hold it down. I think just Kelce and Jonnu together is a pretty strong combo. Strong enough. I'm interested to see how much 12 personnel the Steelers play in, and see, Horton goes right after me, pick 171. So I was kind of thinking along the right lines. He's steamed up a little bit much right now. He hasn't officially won the job over MVS yet, but I do like Horton. I liked him in college at Colorado State. He was a stud, and then he had the injured final year, which hurt his draft stock a lot, but it's all $1 auction bids in this range. I think you really can't go wrong. I've been taking a little bit more Bill Krosky Merritt in this range too. He goes. Yo, what up, Jeff T? I got to it in 4 minutes. You're 10 minutes over today. Wrong. Hope you're having a great Friday, my man. Doing well. Can't get there on Kelce. Price isn't terrible though. Yeah, Hartman, it's hard. You know what I chalk it up to is there is some Rice suspension. Hollywood Brown's never going to play a game. He's always injured. I think Kelce's just a little bit undervalued for that environment, and we've never gotten Kelce any cheaper than this. I mean, even last year, Kelce was he a 2nd or 3rd round pick? I can't remember exactly. I think at worst he was a 4th round pick, right? So just a cheap price, and it's a tier for me. Like, I'll still take Andrews over Kelce. I think I like Kelce over Ingram right now, though. And I have Warren and Loveland right next to Kelce, ahead of Ingram even. Kraft, obviously, right there, too. And Njoku's pretty close. I think Kelce has, like, no competition, though, for his role in the offense. So he might not put up big, huge weeks consistently, but he still probably has one of the higher ceilings. He could easily have a 2-touchdown game. We haven't seen it from him in a while, though. I mean, when was the last time Kelce had a 2-touchdown game? Last year was pretty bad for that. 3 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns. So it's been a few seasons, right? Last year, he only had 4 touchdowns, including the postseason. The year before, I scrolled way too high. The year before was like just as bad. He had a 1-2 touchdown game in week 20 in the post. So in the postseason, he kind of comes on which doesn't help us out in this format at all. Adonai Mitchell, Dowdle, or Coker, and then JT Sanders. I'm going to get some Adonai Mitchell, or I'm going to go Coker. I'll do Coker. I do take a lot of Mitchell. I think it froze. I froze it. I got it to hold out and take Mitchell. Last second, I switched in Mitchell. It's whatever. I think Coker can have some big plays too. I've got Thielen. That's enough. It's not my biggest bet. I don't need that much out of Bryce Young and then Thielen. I think Thielen's just a value early season. I got Kirk for that. I'm going to get Mitchell, Young, upside play. And the question is, do I want Dowdle or do I want Jatavian Sanders? And what other running backs can I get later? Kareem Hunt's still there. He's probably going to be available too. Kind of tempted to go JT Sanders. I do think I'm going to take a third tight end. And it just works on this team. So that's kind of the plus minus there is like, I knew I'd be able to get to JT Sanders or Coker or Dowdle. So I stick with Thielen and JT Sanders in this scenario. I'll pass on Coker. I'll pass on Dowdle. If they come back around, though, I'll keep them in mind. But I think Kareem Hunt, Blake Corum, Jarquez Hunter, maybe even Dameon Pierce, Ollie Gordon are like really all fun last round picks. Monagai, I don't really draft a lot, so he could fit on this team. Even Trevor Etienne. Too many good options in round 18 at running back still. So I like to leave some room. Jordan James, I think with his broken finger out in a few weeks, that really hurts his ability to get back on the field. So I'm not really clicking him as much. But Jeff, it's the cheapest we've gotten Mahomes and the cheapest we've gotten Kelsey ever. We've never gotten Mahomes this cheap. We've never gotten Kelsey this cheap. And I don't have a whole lot. Like if I look at my Chiefs exposure, I don't really have a lot of the Chiefs. 6% Worthy, 8% Rashi, because I used to have a ton of Rashi, and then I pretty much paused drafting him. 8% Pacheco, and I think Pacheco is one of the better ways to play the Chiefs right now. Even though his price is going up, he keeps making huge plays, catching balls down the field on wheel routes and things like that in the training camp, and he looks healthy. If you combine Pacheco and Hunt's profile, like fantasy output last season, you combine that into one player, Pacheco, and if Pacheco gets all of that this season because he's healthy, it's really attractive. He's disappointing. Obviously terrible in the Super Bowl, but he can still have some really big consistent weeks, week over week. Mahomes 8%, Kelsey 5%, Hollywood 4%, and I don't even know how it got that high. I need to take Kareem Hunt. Royals, I haven't clicked in a while. Brashard Smith, I was taking over Hunt. I've moved Hunt ahead of Brashard Smith because we saw Hunt do it last year. Hunt was actually really good last year when he came in. So I've been sprinkling Hunt into some of the other tournaments. I apparently have not drafted him in a Best Ball Mania yet, though. Could be the team. He's a contingent play, but can really pay off. Round 18 is not bad for that. Do I have any buy issues at wide receiver? Not really. I think I'm cool. Good to go. Didn't get any rookie wide receivers that I like, but I got blue on this team. I'm going to go ahead and take Kareem Hunt. Seems crazy, but mix some in. If I did take a rookie wide receiver, I would have tried to take Corey Horton instead of getting Johnny Smith where I did. Then I could have just pushed tight end even more. So maybe that's the better way to play it. I was reading up on the Titans lately, and Alec Eomanor is getting a good amount of hype, a good amount of play with Cam Ward in the first team, and a good amount of looks. He's a little bit slow. I don't know if he's going to win the job outright, but good and bad. There's good and bad about Alec Aomanor. I'm drafting him more, obviously, with Cam Ward teams. He's a good last round click. Taking him on non-Cam Ward teams, it's fine, but not my favorite click. Let's review this team, and then we'll get into another draft. Okay. It's a Best Ball Mania. It's number 106. 3573. Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young. It's a decent QB room. They all have rushing upside, which is nice. Scrambling upside. I mean, Bryce went crazy on rushing touchdowns last season. In the youth behind Williams and Young, you'll expect to get more rushing touchdowns out of them for what probably are career more of a pocket passing kind of quarterback. I guess Caleb's always been a good runner, though. Bijan, Bucky, Brees, that's the core of this whole team. I think that can get it done. Jaden Blue, Kareem Hunt. Swing for the fences, contingent upside, and a good offense. T. Higgins, DJ Moore, stacked up more. Bring back with Jennings, who I also have stacked up. So I have that whole game, which is an evening game. It's not the Sunday. Is it the Sunday night football game? Let me look. Like and subscribe. Oh, you just sign into this. Good thing I brought that down. Okay. And then refresh. And then look at this. It is the Sunday night game. The Sunday night, I thought it was either in the evening or it was. So anyways, it's the Sunday night game of week 17, the final slate, the second to last game. So I've got a big piece of that with Jennings, with DJ Moore and the QBs. So that's a fun Sunday night game sweat. I don't have any Rams or Falcons on this team. So that'll be the... Oh, no, I do have Bijan. Okay, I was like, I knew I had one. I was like, I didn't see any, though. Bijan plays in the Monday night game against the Rams. So that gives me one last piece to sweat out. This is a fun squad. And Mitchell, kind of like hoping he can have that breakout year. And then the tight ends are fine. Totally fine for a 3 tight end build. About to get into another draft. Let me get 1 second. I'm going to get some water real quick. All right. One draft in the books. Pretty much the weirdest thing I saw in this one that I wanted to point out. Not that crazy, but like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen continue to rise. I've seen them go a lot of times in the second round, the back half of the second round. They go in the first 3 picks of the third round this time. Henderson goes at pick 29. Probably someone just trying to get different with their combinations with Gibbs and then getting Henderson. I think you can still get Henderson 50-50 shot. You get him at pick 44. 2 weeks ago, we were getting him at pick 53, right? So, or even later if you're lucky. I think the third round's a little bit early for Henderson. It's not crazy, though. We're taking Hampton there. It's not that different of a bet. Hampton was more productive in college, a lot more productive, but Henderson was playing for Ohio State and had an insanely good freshman year. Some riddled seasons kind of thing. He's explosive. He's big playability. Really good pass catcher. Hampton's no slouch at pass catching either. But if we're taking Hampton in the third round, The Henderson in the third round's not that far removed. I think Kyron going here is interesting. It's fine. I think if you think that Stafford's going to miss games or if they're going to lean on the run game more because of Stafford's back injury, Kyron makes kind of a lot of sense that he should be rising. Yo, what up? Shadow. You got a question? Let's see. Let's get to it. Love these questions. Appreciate you jumping in here. And let's see if we can answer this. If you're in the chat too, go ahead and help me with this question. Give me your best take on what Shadow should do here. One-man keeper league. Keep Kyron. We were just talking about Kyron. Perfect timing. Keep Kyron to lose in around 8th. I would say yes to that. Or, okay, let's figure out what else. Keep Brock Bowers to lose a 10th. The tight end is also a tight end wide receiver. That is not hard for me. Well, the only question would come down to is if it's PPR or if it's full standard, no points per reception. Because if it's full standard, no points per reception, I maybe coin flip it. But if there's half point PPR or full point PPR, it's Brock Bowers all day long. Because not only do you get to lose a 10th round and keep Brock, who's now, like in this draft, he goes in the 2nd round. I think in a lot of home leagues and like you might be able to get Brock in the 3rd round if you're lucky. So I think either way, all of the above. Let me know in the chat. Anyone else has other inputs on this? I'm taking Brock there because I always love when you can keep a player and then the spot you give up is later in the draft versus like Kyron, keep him and losing 8th is actually pretty attractive as well. But this is even better because now you're losing a 10th. Like sometimes, yeah, the Bowers, Dr. B says Bowers, Crumb says Bowers. I think that's smart. Sometimes people will ask, they'll say like, oh, do I keep this player who is currently going, like Kittle, let's say Kittle's going in the 3rd or 4th round. Do you keep him and give up a 3rd or a 4th round pick or 5th round pick? And it's like, well, you could keep him, but you're kind of keeping him at the exact same value he's going today. It just gets tricky because then if you think about, a certain amount of players are being kept. So then actually like the players, like imagine Kittle was not kept. He wouldn't be going in the 3rd or 4th round. He'd be going higher because there's more players kept. So like there's just less players in between. It's tricky. It's an interesting situation. My brother does a bunch of keeper leagues, so he and I always talk about his year-over-year keepers. And I think he also is keeping Bowers in one of his at like around the same price. So that's a good one. Been noticing that QB creep up too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think where you see it, or where I haven't seen it yet, I don't see it with Hurts and Daniels off. So sometimes Daniels goes in the 3rd, and that's actually a really good price for him. But Hurts and Daniels should be really close behind Jackson and Josh Allen. So the fact that they're going more than 10 picks later, it just comes down to the room's preference because not everyone wants to take an elite QB that early. One thing I like to look at, I actually don't have it up right now, but Josh McDaniels, Jaden Daniels was the highest scoring quarterback over weeks 15, 16, and 17 if you add up the scoring. Let me pull it up. I just had it up. I actually just closed out of it too. I thought I still had it up. I can get to it pretty quick. Okay. And I'll bring it on screen in a sec. Just make sure I can get this. Custom view weeks 15 through 17 for quarterbacks. Okay, it's I don't know how to turn on dark mode on Fantasy Pros. If anyone knows, help me out, but I don't think that's it. Okay, I'll bring it on screen. It's bright. Let me zoom in a little bit too. Perfect. This is filtered custom view weeks 15 to 17, which is essentially all that matters. The playoff weeks for best ball, right? Whether you're doing the sprint, best ball mania, any of these other tournaments, this is crunch time. Across those weeks, Jaden Daniels was the highest scoring quarterback. The end of the season, right? What pays off? Jared Goff's up there, Lamar's up there, Baker, Burrow. Burrow, he ended up being the guy you need in week 17, and he was good enough in the weeks before to get you there. So Burrow with his 37 points in week 17 got it done. Jaden Daniels not far behind though, 33 points in week 17. No one drafted Drew Lock, so then he's kind of, it doesn't really matter. Lamar Jackson's right there. So I've been looking at this. I'm going to intentionally be drafting more Jaden Daniels at the end of round 3 and anytime he's in round 4. I had made it a rule early on, back when Terry McLaurin was a 3rd round pick. I had this rule, and I was taking more Terry McLaurin at the time, but my rule was if Jaden Daniels is in the 4th round, you always click him. And I'm starting to move back in that direction. I think I'm going to implement that. Essentially, it's the same thing for Jalen Hurts. He used to sometimes fall to the 5th round. He really doesn't fall there anymore. The problem with Jalen Hurts, why we don't see him in the data here, is because he was injured. He got concussed in week 16, and then he missed week 17, I think it was. I know he left a game and then missed a game because we had that whole situation. But if you look at, let's just do any other stretch before the concussion. So like week 15, 13, 14, 15. Hurts right there. I mean, Josh Allen was going God mode, like putting in all the cheat codes in that stretch. So that's why Josh Allen still probably QB1, if not Lamar Jackson. Goff is really strong. He had a really, really good season. The offensive line got worse. There's a new offensive coordinator. But if Jamison Williams is taking another step forward, same thing with Gibbs, earning a bigger role and still catching a lot of balls. I think Jared Goff has a super high ceiling. So for drafting Joe Burrow in the 5th, 6th round, the arbitrage to get Jared Goff later is like insanely good value. And Jared Goff plus Amon-Ra or Jared Goff versus plus Jamison Williams, what's the difference between that and Burrow with Chase and or T. Higgins in a given week? You know, in a 1 week window, depending on the defensive matchup and what's going on. I think Jared Goff could get you there, be a guy you need. He's pretty cheap. He's pretty easy to get. Even if you don't have him stacked up, you could always backstack him with Tesla and bring Tesla up a little bit. If you took Tesla 1 round ahead of ADP, you can get him almost every time. So Jared Goff, a guy I want to prioritize as well. Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels. I like to look at the players' performances across a 3-week stretch because anyone can pop off for 1 week, but what you need to win in these tournaments is you need someone who's really good for 3 weeks at a time, and one of those weeks they're the best in a given week. So you need guys who are going to have extremely high floor scoring and high ceiling. So that's what I'm trying to identify, which QBs can pay off and be worth taking. And then same thing with running backs. Like I put the running back data together. It's something that we can definitely look at because we were like talking in the chat previously about which running backs are worth taking. Is Aaron Jones even worth drafting? I don't know. I think Aaron Jones, we're drafting him like he's an RB3. I don't even know if he can pay off. Like you might just want to have your RB3 before that point already, or take a shot on an upside player, a younger player in later rounds. You can get much cheaper, and then just take a quarterback or a tight end in that range where Aaron Jones is going that is certified good. Yo, what up, Chris B? I saw you in the corner of my eye. Just caught up to you. Did one of my typical rants about getting some data around these players. Appreciate you, my man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the kind words as always. Like Chris says, make sure you hit the like, make sure you're subscribed. Come in here, say what up. Let's draft some best ball teams together. Yeah, Bowers for sure. We're rolling on Bowers. Yes, we're about to rip another one. We'll get right into it. I think so too, Crumb. I really do think so. Like, so let's look in this one. Where did GM TX Politics? TX, I think I saw you in some of those I think it was those. No, it was it is it Best Ball Mania? I saw you in a Best Ball Mania earlier today. Hope you're doing good, my man. Liverpool opening day victory. Let's go. Keep me in the know. I would not. It goes right over my head. You got to keep me in the know. I love to hear it. I get excited about it if you're excited about it. Golf ADP. Yeah, I saw you in there. 36 left. There you go. I got 44. So I'm going to put some volume in these next couple weeks. Where did Golf go in this one? 125. Incredible. I mean, even Prescott at 123 is absurd. I mean, I'm guilty. I took Caleb Williams ahead of them. I did it for the stack. Maybe that's just stupid. We've been hearing a lot of bad things about Caleb Williams in camp, that he's not accurate. He's not on the same page with some of his receivers. I don't know, man. So I'm guilty. I passed on Dak and Golf because I didn't have any way to stack them. I took Christian Kirk as my wide receiver 5, and I took Caleb Williams as my QB2. I honestly, in a vacuum, I like Prescott, then Golf, then Love, all ahead of Caleb Williams. So I need to start drafting like it a little bit more. And then I don't think I had a chance. Yeah, I didn't really have unless I just took Allen there over Higgins, which I probably shouldn't have done. I didn't really have a chance on this side of the board at the elite QBs. But if you're in the middle to end of round 3, you could easily take Jaden Daniels there. And if you're getting him in the 4th round, you definitely should be taking him. When I take Mahomes, I'm usually getting him around pick 90 plus. When I take Mayfield, I'm getting him around pick 100 plus. I think Nix is actually decent and a good pick around 100 or just before that. I've been seeing Kyler falling a little bit more. May, you never know. May goes anywhere from pick 100 to pick 120. But Goff seems like one of the biggest. I mean, even Dak. Really, it's Goff and Dak. They're just mispriced. Love's a little bit mispriced too. I think the hand injury, his left hand injury, will suppress his value even more. So we're probably not going to see Jordan Love rising, but I think he's also a really good value there. Tua, who knows? Tua's pretty cheap. 165 for Tua. Drew Lock behind Sam Darnold. That's funny. Yeah, I saw Charbonnet had some work early on that first drive. It seems like Seattle might be a little bit. Maybe we were kind of misled a little bit. Maybe they're actually not going to be that terrible. Maybe they are going to be able to run the ball effectively. I had Steve Shalpa on the show on Monday night, and he said, by all accounts, what he's seen regarding Seattle's offensive line is it's actually not a terrible situation. It's looking like they're pretty competent. So maybe they are just like running the ball out a ton. I've been seeing Noah Brown get drafted too. Noah Brown goes in the last round. It's pretty certain that he's going to be the wide receiver 3 for the Commanders. I think it just comes down to health for him. He misses some games. He was banged up a little bit already this offseason. A.O. Manor did go in this one, end of round 17. It's interesting. He's gotten some kind of good and bad talk about his camp performance and the way he's adjusted to the NFL. Tesla was going in around 16. Like I said, Tesla goes pretty cheap. If you just want to backstack off, you can do it with Tesla almost every time. There's a little injury scare with Laporta too. For a minute there, Laporta was falling. He goes at 80 in this one. If you have a pick between 70 and 80, there's a good chance you can get Laporta, and I think he's a really good pick in that range, especially if guys like Connor are already gone, Egbuka, Golden. A lot of times I'm making a decision between David Montgomery or Laporta. And if I have Gibbs on my team, I'm definitely leaning Laporta. If Pacheco's already gone. Okay, let's look at the data. The running back data that I wanted to show y'all about Aaron Jones. Make sure you vote in the poll. I'm going to close the poll in 15 seconds. So vote in the poll if you haven't already. Make sure you slap that like button. Let me pull, well, jump the gun. Let me open up my data or my spreadsheets. Which ones I want to get into first? This one's fine. We can get into this one first. Okay, yeah, here it is. There it is. This is the one I was looking for. I kind of think so too. I think so. I think the Lions can still be really good. People forget. I mean, they were the highest scoring offense last season. I'll pull it up. Okay, this is my data. It's not my data. This is my spreadsheets. I put some of this data together. Let's just look at the Lions specifically. Lions. Okay. So, last year in... can I hide this? Well, that's fine. Can I make myself smaller? Whoops. Where should I go? Should I go here? Yeah, this is good. Okay. Points per game. 33 per game. Number 1 in points per game, the Lions. They were 7th in passing completions. They were 4th in passing touchdowns. They were 3rd in rushing attempts. 6th in rushing yards, 2nd in rushing touchdowns. So 2nd in rushing touchdowns, 4th in passing touchdowns, and 1st in points overall. They were 2nd in receiving yards per game at 277.5. I mean, the offense last year was prolific, right? Historic offense. Jared Goff's going at QB 15 currently, today. I updated the ADP today. Gibbs, everyone knows his upside, what's going on with him, why he's priced the way he is. Amon-Ra is going as wide receiver 7, Jameson at 24, Tesla at 85. It's a pretty big gap between 24 and 85. Laporta tight end 4. So, I don't know. I think I haven't updated my ranks in forever. I updated it once Underdog added the ability to update your ranks on the phone app. I stopped updating it in my CSV on desktop like immediately, and that was months ago, but I still keep the ADP updated here. So that's the Detroit Lions. Let's get back into this running back data. I think I'll put myself back up here, and then I can just, I guess I need to push this down again so it fits better. Well, I kind of liked it like this. It's fine. I'll do this. It's whatever. Maybe I can zoom in one more time. I think that's good. This works. This is perfect. Let me just check. Saquon's not showing. Keep it here. Okay, so what we're looking at here. This is last year's performance, so players who were injured, Christian McCaffrey, aren't going to be showing up very effectively. But it gives us a little bit of insight on guys last year and what was going on. Across the top, we've got Saquon Barkley, he was a top 12 running back or an RB1 in 11 3-game slates last season. So last season, between weeks 1 and 17, if you dissected that into 3-game slates, weeks 1, 2, and 3, weeks 2, 3, and 4, weeks 3, 4, and 5, the very last one you get to would be weeks 15, 16, and 17. That's 15 3-game slates. In 11 out of 15 slates, Saquon Barkley was an RB1 in all 3 of those weeks. There's only 4 slates across the entire season when Saquon Barkley wasn't an RB1 3 straight weeks in a row. That's literally insane. One of those slates was the last slate of the season, weeks 15, 16, and 17, which is why people weren't completely, victory lapping Saquon last year. It's because he didn't pay off at the very end when it mattered the most. The column that's here that says 10 is there was 10 slates where he scored above my RB1 threshold, which is, I think it's 17 or 17.9 points average across those 3 weeks. So 11 times he was on average a top 12 running back across 3 games, and 10 times he was actually scoring 17 or more points on average across those 3 games. That's insane. So that's 73% of the time is the 11 over 15. 67% of the time is the 10 over 15, right? So 2/3 of the time, and 2/3 of the slates, Saquon Barkley was scoring RB1 benchmark scoring numbers on average across 3 weeks, not just one of the weeks, all 3 of the weeks. That is like insanely high floor and high ceiling, really, really, really strong performance. And you know it too. And then what I have next to that, this is RB2, so top 24. This is RB3, so top 36. There was only one time, only one slate that he had where he was on average an RB3, so top 36. And then the scoring, right? I think what I did for RB2 was, and I have it over here. I can scroll over and remember. RB1 is above 17. RB2 is above 13 points. And RB3 is above 10 points. And then the elite tier is above 20 points. So in 7 slates out of 15 last season, Saquon Barkley averaged more than 20 points per game across a 3-week span. So that means in 3 weeks, 3 games, he would have to have at least 60 fantasy points to average 20 points across those 3 weeks, that 3 weeks slate. So that's what we're showing here. There was one slate where Saquon was not at least scoring like an RB3, but he was still a top 36 running back. So running back scoring must have just been a little bit lower in those weeks. 47% of the slates. So that's 7 out of the 15 slates. He was averaging more than 20 points across 3 consecutive weeks. Saquon Barkley literally broke fantasy last season, except he didn't do it in the weeks that counted the most, the money weeks, weeks 15, 16, and 17, which if we go back to this one, and we go to our running backs, we do weeks 15, 16, and 17, and then go to running backs, we can see it, right? We'll see what Saquon did there in those specific weeks. He scored like an RB1, and he was a top 12 running back, but he wasn't the best. He wasn't the best in those weeks. So I misspoke a little bit. It wasn't exactly those weeks. There were some weeks right before that where he slowed down a little bit too. I remember looking at those, but he just wasn't having his best. He was still an RB1, but he wasn't the best RB1 across that 3-week span. It was Jonathan Taylor and Jahmyr Gibbs. And Gibbs actually scored the most points in week, or no, was it? It was Taylor in week 17. Taylor barely outscored Gibbs in week 17. But the problem with Gibbs last season, you had to take him in the first round. you can get Taylor in the second. So that difference that you could get Taylor in the second and he scored as much or more points made him so much more valuable, because then you compare him with first round picks like Jamar Chase, which is exactly what happened. It's exactly how people won Best Ball Mania last year. The first place team, L grew 50. He had Jamar Chase and Jonathan Taylor. So he could not have had Jahmyr Gibbs on his team because you needed Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase didn't even hit the final lineup. He just got you there with his performance. I think it was in week 15 or 16. And then Higgins and Smith and Jonathan Taylor, those were the combo you needed. Obviously, Joe Burrow at the stack. But the Chase goes with the T, goes with the Burrow. It all kind of goes together. So that's why a Gibbs team didn't win. I guess technically you could have had like Gibbs, Taylor, and then the rest of this team, but I guess no one had it. The other running back that hit his lineup was it Chase Brown? Interesting. I guess it was. It was Chase Brown in that week with only 11 points. But then he had like certain players that never hit the lineup. You had Smith, Higgins, Pearsall, and Thielen hitting the lineup. And then like Brian Thomas's 20 points didn't even get used. That was his 5th best receiver, which is insane to think about. Jamar Chase, the 6th best receiver on that team in that week. It's just fun things to think about. The combinations you need to win. Being able to score across 3-game slates. And so that's exactly what I'm doing here with this running back data. Is I'm trying to figure out which running backs are consistently good enough to score across a 3-week slate with an extremely high ceiling and floor and win. No one's even close to Barkley. Bijan had a really good season as well. Super high floor, especially with all the receptions he had. He just didn't have as many elite scoring slates. He had just as many slates scoring as an RB1 as Saquon, but he only scored. He only averaged 20 fantasy points across 3 consecutive games 4 times. Saquon did it 7 times. Gibbs, right up there. He had 5 of those slates, and pretty nice numbers overall. Gibbs was an RB2 or a top 24 running back across a 3-game slate, the most, more than anyone. So Gibbs was like the highest floor running back last season. And Derrick Henry was kind of right there too. Derrick Henry had some really nice weeks. I guess his slow weeks kind of came at an inopportune time, so he didn't end up paying off and being the guy you needed. Kyron had a ton of RB1 scoring weeks, 10 as a top 10 slates out of 15. So 2/3 of the time he's a top RB12 on across all 3 of those weeks. In 8 of those, he was scoring above 17 points, but only 2 of those he was scoring above 20 points. So he was in there a lot. 6 of those he was in there like 17 or 18 or 19 points. So he just wasn't hitting the same ceiling that you were seeing with Derrick Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, and Saquon, but he had a really high floor. One of the better floors too. Josh Jacobs, he was much more similar in kind of his ceiling and floor to Gibbs. The difference between Gibbs and Josh Jacobs was just the timing of the weeks they were scoring in, but very similar, which is kind of interesting too. I think Josh Jacobs, they leaned on him. They definitely like leaned on the run game with Jordan Love being injured kind of early in the season, but they've got a really, really good offensive line and not a whole lot's changed for their environment besides getting a slightly better rookie wide receiver with Matthew Golden for a slightly better pass catching unit, I would say. Chase was the only rookie On the winning team, Chase was the only rookie. Chase Brown's sophomore year last year. But he had pretty much like he didn't do a whole lot his rookie year. But if you're talking about Chase Brown or Jamar Chase the only rookie. Not sure what that means. Joe Mixon, who's injured, so we're gonna have to discount this a lot. He had 6 slates scoring over 20 points across those 3 slates. One of those, so Hartman and I had looked into this data a month ago. One or two of those is a little bit misleading because he did miss some games, and so some of those weren't actually a 3-game slate. It's like a 2-game slate or a 1-game slate getting factored in here. So that's a little bit misleading, but essentially if you discount those, Joe Mixon is right up there with the tops. He had a lower floor than a lot of these guys we've already discussed, but the ceiling is definitely there. Chase Brown, surprisingly, if we're thinking of Kyron Williams as being a really high floor, but then like the ceiling's just not the most elite compared to those other guys, Chase Brown is exactly the same way. Like Chase Brown had 7 slates where he was a RB1 scoring, averaging more than 17 fantasy points a game across 3 weeks, but only one of those he was doing more than 20 points. So that was kind of interesting. That's what this column over here, this elite flag column, the higher that is the higher percentage that you actually had 20 or more fantasy points across 3 weeks. So some of these guys drop off, like Chase Brown, Devon, Achane drops off a lot. So Chase Brown, Achane, very similar last year in the way they were putting together consecutive scoring weeks. Chuba Hubbard was honestly even a higher floor than Chase Brown and Achane, and a slightly higher ceiling. So that's kind of interesting. Jonathan Taylor, very similar to, I would say pretty similar to Josh Jacobs. He just missed some time. James Cook, very touchdown dependent. So he didn't really do it off of yardage. He did it off the touchdowns, but that can pay off a lot. He had one of the highest floors as an RB2. I mean, he was an RB2 in scoring and in ranking just as often as guys like essentially Derrick Henry and Kyron Williams. And he was always at least a top 36 running back. So his touchdowns really kept his floor up. James Cook, one of the higher floor plays, just didn't really get there on ceiling actually. Across the 3-game slate, he had individual games where he could put up a big ceiling week, but just really consistency. Ken Walker missing games skews this data in weird ways, kind of like Mixon, where one of these elite slates for Ken Walker is a 1-game slate. I think it was week 3 he put up like 32 fantasy points. We've pulled this up a bunch of times, but still, with him being healthy, I think Ken Walker would be something closer to kind of like Achane levels, or maybe even better, maybe even more like top end scoring weeks. Here's another interesting one. BTJ. Yeah, BTJ. BTJ was the rookie receiver. There's always a rookie receiver. It was Jamar Chase a few years back. Who was the rookie 2 years ago on Fareed's team? It was Jaden Reed, and then BTJ was last year for sure. BTJ was on the team. He didn't technically hit the week 17 lineup. Adam Thielen did, which is crazy too. Adam Thielen, 34 years old last year. Chase Brown. That's what I thought you meant. Yeah, no, totally. I got you. I totally knew who you meant. Yes, sir. Pearsall was in the winner last year, right? Yeah, Pearsall and BTJ. And Pearsall was in the winning lineup. So yeah, that's right. The winner had and then Burton. He did have Burton on that one? Let's go look, because I forget. he did have Burden. Yeah, I did. I didn't scroll down far enough. Right, I look right over it every time. So essentially, you can win Best Ball Mania with 2 zeros on your team: a 0 for Burton, a 0 for DeMarcus Robinson. Even though I think DeMarcus Robinson probably hit his lineup at least once during the season, but maybe not. Noah Fant probably didn't hit the lineup too many times. Kittle on the winning team each of the last 2 seasons. Same thing with James Conner. James Conner on the winning team each of the last 2 seasons. And Juwan Johnson on the winning team each of the last 2 seasons. So maybe you need to be drafting James Conner, Juwan Johnson, and George Kittle, and that's 3 of the pieces you need. You can figure out the other 15. Okay, back to these running backs. Let me fix it. I can't stand how the Mac automatically sends my toolbar over there if I just go near the bottom of the screen. Montgomery, I think, stands out. So he never had a 3-game stretch where he scored averaging 20 points a week, but 3 of those slates he was averaging 17 or more points. So he's a really high floor play. He just doesn't have the ceiling unless Gibbs were to be injured or miss time, is kind of what we assume. And if they use Montgomery even less, whether it's he averages 1 or even 2 or 3 less touches per game, I think his floor will go down a good amount. And he's also very touchdown dependent. So he's kind of interesting. But I think he's still fairly priced. Kamara, super high floor and has a good ceiling. So, I mean, we all know it. Kamara's good for fantasy. He really trailed off in the second half of last season. I think was one of the things Steve was reminding me when he and I talked about Kamara. But it's undeniable he can hit big over the course of 3 weeks. He could probably still do it. Are the Saints going to be a terrible team, though? I don't know. I don't know how bad the Saints' offensive line is going to be. They just took Kelvin Banks, and I feel like he could be an instant impact player. He's more of a pass blocker, but still, he's no slouch in the run blocking either. James Conner, pretty decent, almost as good as Kamara. The ceiling's a little bit lower, but still very, very good. Here's another one that might surprise you. Breece Hall, lower floor, much lower floor than pretty much every player we've looked at so far, besides Ken Walker, but he doesn't have nearly the ceiling as Ken Walker. The stats are a little bit conflated, like I said, a little messed up because Ken Walker missed some time, and so there's some weird, funky averages in there where he's not actually playing 3 games, but it's just a 1 game that counted. But still, Breece Hall, 40% of the time, 40% of the slates, he is a top 12 running back, but he was doing it in weeks where no one else was doing good either. Only 20% of the time, he's actually scoring like an RB1 across three game slates. And he never put up an elite 3-game slate. He never consistently was getting it done. So Breece Hall is kind of a head scratcher. Do we chalk it up to the Jets being bad? Do we chalk it up to his injury and still coming back from it? We know he's super talented. The rumors have been going around with Breece Hall that he was partying a lot last year, and he might still be partying. So that's just something to think about with Breece. Can he live up to what we expect of him? The data would say no. He's being overdrafted. He's not going to be a guy that can get it done for you. Bucky Irving coming in next. He gets kind of a pass because he was splitting snaps a ton. So obviously Bucky, we can look at the game logs because it makes it make more sense. Bucky Irving splitting time, splitting snaps with Rashad White early in the season, and then winning the rollover later in the season. He still put together 3 different 3-game slates as RB1 scoring. 4 of those, he's actually like a top 12 running back on the week, and 2 of those, he was averaging more than 20 points per game across 3 weeks. So he has the ceiling that is extremely rare, hard to come by. And that's why we're drafting him up here with these other rare guys like the Chase Browns, Achans, you know, where he's going, Josh Jacobs. Some of these younger guys like Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, and Achan, and it's somewhat situational too because Irving and Brown weren't originally playing the full complement of snaps they ended up with at the end of the season when the season started. Achan had his QB injured and a lot of issues with their offense, right? But those 3 young guys, we're all baking in that they will improve year over year, and not only improve, but play all season long in 2025 the way they ended 2024. So that's why we're taking those guys up there. But Bucky showed us something. He is an elite scorer, and he can do it consistently. So I think Bucky is a guy I'm definitely interested in. Like I am drafting a lot of Bucky Irving, trying to get more. Josh Jacobs too. It's hard for me to deny Josh Jacobs. He's the environment for Josh Jacobs is just so appealing with the Packers offense. Kareem Hunt shows up on this list, and think of that being Isaiah Pacheco. It all makes a lot more sense. Kareem Hunt didn't actually consistently get there on his own, but if you combine Pacheco and his stats, it looks a lot better. Swift can get to an elite ceiling at least, so he still has some value in my mind. I mean, technically, Swift, a better pick than Breece Hall. A little bit lower floor as an RB2, a little bit higher as an RB3 in scoring, in what I'm comparing here. But his elite ceiling is higher, and we know the Bears' offense is one of the most improved. Offensive line is one of the most improved units. Can they score more touchdowns? The Jets also are improving their offensive line. Can they score more touchdowns? Are, you know, better quarterback play on both teams could change a lot of things. Swift, we see him rising up the board a lot. Maybe it's for good reason. There's Rashad White. I'm going to highlight him. And then so Bucky. What's going on? Oh, keyboard error. Bucky Irving and Rashad White. Imagine that's one player. You're essentially getting to 5. And we can't, it's not necessarily fair to do it, but you might as well just double what Bucky did last season. You're essentially doubling Bucky's opportunities, and maybe he's even better than Rashad White. So if this was a 6, if this was a 4, he's looking a lot more like a Josh Jacobs. And that's pretty much where we have him priced in right now. So we are pricing Bucky Irving at maybe his ceiling. But maybe that's just the way that it's going to go and the cost that it's going to be. After that, we've exhausted our list of running backs with elite upside. McCaffrey's not going to be in this data because he didn't play last year. We already talked about Pacheco. So guys like Pollard could be in a better situation in 2025, a better offensive line, a better quarterback. Those things can matter. He had a pretty low floor and low ceiling last season across 3-game slates, so consecutive scoring. That surprised me because I know he had some good weeks. Spears had some good weeks too. So, I mean, it's tough. I think Pollard, you could argue he's a good value where he's going. You could argue he's overpriced. It's all how you see 2025 changing and being better than last year. Charbonnet was contingent on Ken Walker missing time. So I think he's a little bit overpriced where we're buying him in fantasy football for 2025. But a lot of people really like Charbonnet. He paid off fine. He paid off pretty decently well as an RB2. He technically was an RB1 on 5 3-game slates, but he only scored like an RB1 in one of those. So he is like a really low floor RB1. He's really an RB2, really more of an RB2. And that's with Ken Walker not playing. With Ken Walker playing, I don't know what he's going to be. It's going to be hard to figure out. Maybe the Seahawks just run more. Yeah, there's no more running backs on this list with elite upside. And this includes names like Tank Bigsby. He never had the elite upside. He had some single weeks that were really, really, decent. I think he had 2. But consistently he never got it all together. We also don't see ET on this list because he's just kind of so far down with the missed time and the injuries. But Tank Bigsby, at least he's a cheap piece to throw in there. If he gets more touches, he might be able to put together more consistent weeks. It's hard because he might be touchdown dependent. He didn't really catch a lot of passes. So Aaron Jones, we finally made it to this part of the list. It took us this long. He's the 27th running back on this list. And I think he gets drafted right now as... Let's pull him up. Let's pull up the Vikings. He gets drafted as running back 27. So I think we're essentially buying Aaron Jones in 2025 at his 2024 ceiling. And that'd be before we're accounting for Jordan Mason, rolling into town. So that's one of my points on Aaron Jones is like, where you're taking him in 2025, you have to get the exact same production he had in 2024 to just pay off that price. And then he essentially has no elite upside. He never scored consecutively as an RB1 across 3-week slates. He has a higher floor. He did that as an RB2 a good amount of times, but he's not going to win consecutively for you. He's a floor play, and his floor might be going away because he's volume based. So that's a tough one. The touchdowns, would need to be there, and it sounds like he's losing out the goal line role to Jordan Mason. So one of the lowest guys on the list, one of the most consistent as an RB2 and RB3 in your scoring, but there's no upside. There's no elite weeks, consecutive weeks, and that's tough. Unfortunately, it kind of looks similar for Brian Robinson Jr., who goes in a similar price range to Aaron Jones too. The difference is Brian Robinson Jr. is in a potentially better spot to get those touchdowns in 2025. Of course, Bill Krosky Merritt has entered the chat, and so that's a heavy consideration. But a 7th-round rookie paying off, it'd be rare. I don't know. It's tough. The Commanders' offensive line's also improved year over year, and you have year 2 Jaden Daniels. Maybe Jaden Daniels is maybe they're running the ball a little bit more than those 16 touchdowns that Terry McLaurin had. Hard to say. Deebo Samuel's going to factor in too, so that could also factor in some touches and some rushing touchdowns that lowers Brian Robinson's floor. So by the time, in my mind, this is kind of what I put together. I'll catch up with y'all because I know you're saying some smart things in here too. %, Crumb. I think this is super sharp. James Conner's a player I've been really in on this season, and I think can definitely pay off. Yes. What up, Reflect the Sun? Yeah, keep me in the know. I know the game's still going on, but the Seahawks and the Chiefs. I did see the box score. I didn't see the highlight yet. but it looked like Sharps was putting up some numbers. People are high on Sharps. My whole argument, though, is without Ken Walker injury, and hey, Ken Walker's a little bit injured right now, but without Ken Walker missing time, can Sharp get there as a 1B or as a backup? It's hard to say. So it's a lot of contingent value. Kind of in summary of what I'm getting at from here, by the time you get to Pollard, unless you just think his situation's so changed and improved, but really the line is at Aaron Jones and Brian Robinson. Once you get to Aaron Jones and Brian Robinson in your draft, you need to have 3 running backs. And if you don't, you're specifically building to take shots on upside players in later rounds that are more unproven. Because you can't just draft Aaron Jones and Brian Robinson and expect them to be your RB2 and expect them to be able to produce consecutive elite scoring weeks to get you there. The bet is not great. It's not even close to as good of a bet as these other guys we've talked about that are higher on the list, which is why they get drafted higher. But to me, these are the dead zone running backs. Now, Jordan Mason, his stats look weird because he had a bunch of injuries last season. But I think if we read the tea leaves, he can take over the work that Aaron Jones had and potentially get that higher ceiling outcome. You just have to look at the game logs to kind of see that. And some of the stats and some of the splits. With Jordan Mason, through the first, I think it was 7 weeks of last season, right before his injury, he was the 3rd leading rusher in the league. I think it was behind Saquon and Derrick Henry. So he might have even been ahead of Derrick Henry. I have to go back and check. It's been so long since I went through that and reviewed it. But Jordan, as a pure rusher, Jordan Mason is one of the best in the league. Could have been the 49ers offense propping up a little bit, but the Vikings aren't that far behind them. I think the Vikings can also be very good. Ramondre, terrible last season. Terrible floor, terrible ceiling, bad offensive line, got outplayed by Gibbs on his own offense. Henderson coming in. So that's part of the argument for Henderson completely taking over. Another bad player, Tracy. Admittedly, he had some decent weeks. He was never consistent. Never consistent. So he is a decent floor, but the range that he's going in is just like Aaron Jones and Brian Robinson. He's another dead zone running back. So like Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, Tyrone Tracy, complete dead zone guys. Don't want them. If they're your RB3, risky. If they're your RB2, you're screwed. You might as well take a player much later who's more of an upside, more unknown situation type of player. Which brings me to Cam Scattaboo. And I guess that brings everyone to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Also brings me to Jordan Mason. But Jordan Mason now has risen. Jordan Mason essentially goes where Aaron Jones goes, sometimes even higher. Something I predicted when I was talking with Bindles back in, it was either May. I think it was as early as May. I was talking about the flippening of Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones, and it's now just happening. But I've been drafting like it all summer. Jordan Mason, one of my highest exposed players, around 20%. Jerome Ford, not the elite ceiling, but he was getting it done just fine. So where he was priced at around pick 160 previously, before our new Quinshon Judkins news, was like a really fair price. So I leaned into that heavily. I'm backing off Jerome Ford now, but he was a really good valued piece for a while there, like where he was going. And that's kind of it. And the list just dies off. The list just completely falls off after that. I mean, Alexander Madison looks good in this range. He's not even playing. A guy who's terrible, like a dead zone back completely, Jalen Warren. Awful, terrible, no floor, no ceiling. One of the worst picks in fantasy. Why are we clicking him again? I don't know what it is. Najee, decent floor actually, but no ceiling. if you gave all of that to Jaylen Warren, he still would have no ceiling, and his floor would just be an RB3. So Jaylen Warren should be priced like way later. I think he's being completely bought at his total ceiling outcome. In this list, I mean, it gets pretty ugly after that. It's a bunch of true contingent upside backup guys. Ray Davis, Roshan, Algier, Braylon Allen. Trey Benson's awful. Trey Benson was only an RB3 one time across one 3-game slate. Literally terrible. That's worse than Antonio Gibson. It's worse than Emmanuel Wilson. It's as good as Dare Gumbawale or Amari DiMercado. His backfield mate is just as good or better than him. Sean Tucker, we know he had one huge game, but he's got an interesting kind of profile upside if Rashad White continues to miss time. That's the list. The list is not very long. There were 73 running backs who could even average being an RB3 across even one 3-game slate last season. Justice Hill, one of the highest floor guys in that scenario, with completely no ceiling though. So that's a little bit probably why he's not really worth drafting so much. But really, the list of guys that even matter with contingent upside, it's like, and some of these names you're not going to want. Ty Johnson, Jeremy McNichols, Isaiah Davis, Kamani Vidal. So cut out half these guys. There's 40 running backs worth drafting. We can inject some rookies. Maybe there's 10 more names you like. There's 50 running backs worth drafting. And of the running backs that are worth drafting that can actually win for fantasy, it's about 15 guys. 20 if you're lucky. So this is my case, and I have looked. I haven't summarized the wide receiver data, but kind of the case for running backs being priced efficiently this season and being worth taking in the early rounds. The names of the truly elite guys, Joe Mixon injured, so I didn't count anymore. They're all gone by the 3rd round. And then we have the younger guys who are kind of trying to fit into that mold. Maybe Jonathan Taylor. No, he's still gone. Maybe James Cook trying to fit into that mold. Ken Walker, guys going in the 4th round. There's more unknowns there. But the truly elite guys all gone in the first 2-3 rounds. The young guys who could try to fit into that, including the rookies, also gone by round 4-5. And then you have some older guys like Kamara hanging on, but when do they fall off? James Conner, 5, maybe round 6. Swift, borderline. You really would have to a huge step forward in consistency to get you there to pay off like one of these guys going up here, even like a Chuba Hubbard. So all the more reason for me to get your guys, get some running backs early. I don't want to leave drafts without access to 2 running backs who can score in elite ways. And sometimes if you can get 3, like this last draft I just did, this Best Ball Mania, you'll notice here kind of what I did here. I took Robinson, Irving, and Hall. Bijan, number 2, but I was 2nd overall draft spots. That makes sense. Brees, who admittedly kind of the worst of this group, but we're hopeful for a better 2025, I guess you could say. And then Bucky, he's actually could jump into the middle of this group. Got really good ceiling. With Bucky, you also have to chalk it up to his game log. Let's go ahead and look at that. His snap share week over week matters a ton. Explosion off the charts running the ball. Passing the ball, he's more of a volume-based guy, but he's getting the volume. Okay. Number 37 in snap share, less than 50% of the snaps. That's going to go up. Opportunity share, almost the same. That's going to go up. The game logs. He didn't crest 50% snap share until week 6, and he didn't do it consistently until week 12. So let's cut the season in 2 halves. Let's look at Bucky Irving weeks 1 to 10, and then weeks 12 to 17. So Bucky Irving was in total fantasy points between weeks 1 and 10, RB 25. That would be the floor, the worst case scenario. It's not going to be what happens in 2025. He's never going back there. We separate that split to now weeks 12, because I guess his bye week was 11, or he for some reason didn't play week 11, said in the data. And then we'll stop at 17 because week 18 doesn't count, and the playoffs shouldn't count for any one player. We want to see what everyone was doing. RB4, averaging 17.1 points per game. So that would be an RB1 scoring output. Right with Josh Jacobs. I mean, below Josh Jacobs, admittedly, by a huge gap. 3 points per game. But in our drafts this year, we're taking him right next to Josh Jacobs, even ahead. Only ahead of Bijan because I'm sorting it by total points. If we sorted it by points per game, he actually falls to 7. So I guess there's some teams who had buys in week 14 and later on or missed some games. So essentially somewhere between 4 and 7. So if we just increase those weeks even more, I think getting weeks 14 to 17 is a little bit small of a sample. Kind of at a down stretch there. But still. Let's go back to weeks. Was it Jordan Mason? I think it was week 6. Jordan Mason got injured. Number 4, explosive rusher in the league per touch last season. Injured in week 6. So he came back week 7 though. I think we'll cut the data off. Let's try week 7 and then see if that makes sense, or if it was week 6. So we'll do 1 to 7. We'll do rushing yards. Through the first 7 weeks last season, it's Derrick Henry, big gap, Jordan Mason, and then Saquon Barkley. Jordan Mason outrushed Saquon Barkley, who we know is by far the most elite rusher in the league, led in 2024. He outrushed him. He had more touches, more attempts than Saquon Barkley, if you can believe that. Saquon was more efficient, had more long runs, or had longer runs. Jordan Mason actually had more long runs, more runs of 20 plus yards. Pretty close on touchdowns. Receptions, not Jordan Mason's strong suit, but he's good when he catches them. He actually goes for some distance. The big difference in their scoring is going to be based off of the touchdowns, the total touchdowns. Saquon had 3 more, and then Saquon had 6 more receptions. Barkley's is also across 1 less game. So that probably makes a difference. Weeks 1 to 6. Was that before? That's still 5 games for Barkley. Barkley just had that really early bye week. Why did Barkley miss a week early on? Was it an early bye week? I don't remember exactly. I thought it was week 6 was his bye. I mean, Barkley's off the charts insane, right? It was a week 5 bye. I guess that makes sense. So we have to compare weeks 1 to 4 to get a true comparison against Barkley. But still, Jordan Mason. I mean, the point remains. Yeah. So Jordan Mason outrushed Saquon Barkley through weeks 1 to 4, out-touched him in rushing attempts, had more yards, similar touchdowns. Derrick Henry was the guy early on. Saquon was the guy all season long. Mason was the guy early on too. So this is my bull case for Jordan Mason over Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones was never elite. Even look at there, he's right here. He's still not bad. He's just not getting to the elite tier. But he was scoring some decent fantasy points. So I think, I don't think we see that from Aaron Jones again. I think his floor is even lower. Jordan Mason, hard to know if it can get any better than that setup with the 49ers when McCaffrey was missing time and he just comes in right against the Jets in week 1 and smashes. But that's the whole case, essentially. Yeah, what up, OMG? To Scataboo? Oh, we got there. You don't have to be talked into Scataboo. You just have to know. Trust your eyes. That's all I have to say about that. Damn. So I've been waiting to fill a Great Dane 2, and it was waiting on 2 people for the last 15, 20 minutes. And it was waiting on 4 or 5 people for the last hour, the whole time since the last draft finished. It's now waiting on 6. Everyone gave up on the Great Dane 2. I can't fill this thing, so I'm backing out of the Great Dane. It's just not going to fill this time of night. I guess it's not the right time to do it. Sucks to suck. But I got within 2 people joining to drafting this Great Dane on stream. Really thought I could do it. I'm surprised it's not going to fill, but it's now +7. So I'm giving up on that. Let's do a Husky 2. I think that's what I want to do. The Flock Community Contest 7 opened up today. Recently. Probably in this evening. I'm going to enter a Husky 2 now. If you want to jump in, totally cool. 9 more to start. The advanced structure is favorable. I think it's 3 out of 12. Or is it 4? Let's look at it. I always forget. The Husky 2. 3 out of 12. 2 out of 8. So a fourth, a 6th, 117. 50,000 for first. It's a nice tournament. Waiting on 7. I don't be surprised if this doesn't fill either, but I wouldn't be that surprised. It's for some reason people are not drafting this time of night right now. What are people doing? Going out on a Friday? Come on, get a life. Let's draft some best ball teams. Appreciate y'all being here, spending some Friday night with me. Hope you had a great week. Getting ready for a nice weekend. Touching some grass, touching some water, touching some sand, getting out there, spending time with the family, or just relaxing. I got a busy weekend. I'm going to try to fit as many drafts in as I can. But I got plans all morning, all day, both Saturday and Sunday. But I'll be back here. I'll be drafting mostly at night. Like I just said, I tried to draft the Great Dane. It couldn't fill for an entire hour. Now I'm sitting in a Husky, and it's +7. It's also taking a minute to fill. If the Husky can't fill, I'll have to figure out some other tournament. Waiting on it to fill. Surprised. I'm surprised these drafts aren't filling right now. Yeah, I think Warren is one of the worst 0 RB picks. Third monitor. Yeah, I could use a third. I've been thinking about getting a third monitor. I would replace this monitor. This is my laptop. I would replace this monitor. This monitor is fine. It's not that old. It's fine. It's very wide. It's like 34 inches. I've been looking at curved monitors for a long time. I want one that's like high performance though. It would be good for gaming, even though I never game. But I like to have the option open. So I want to have the refresh rate, the hertz, like at least 240, I think. My brother-in-law is more into gaming, and he was saying to spend up. And so his gaming monitor is like $1,400. That's pretty absurd. But I was thinking about spending like $1,000 on a new monitor at one point. Didn't make sense to me. So I'm just sticking with this old Sony one or Samsung one. It's not even that old. But also the other condition is my wife does not want a monitor in the office unless it's the office, which is white. Everything in the room right here is white. So I can't get a big curved monitor that is chrome or black, which is like the two most common monitor colors. So very limiting criteria. High performance monitor, at least 34 inches, preferably curved, and it has to have white accessories. And I don't want to spend, I think I've even lowered, I don't want to spend like more than $400. So we'll see. But enough about me. Buy the dip on Mixon. Yeah, my chart is saying that. Two considerations. One, he's more injured now than ever. And two, the offensive line got worse. So it's tough. It's tough. It's hard to know what to do with Mixon. Billy's drafting a crazy actual 0 RB roster right now, double elite onesie. That's the way to do it, though. But you got to take the big upside swings at running back to get it done. And you got to hit. You got to find the 18th round. Kyron Williams is the only way. So, like, when we look at Fareed's team from Best Ball Mania 5, he started 0 RB. He takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight wide receivers. You have to get the first two receivers right. The third receiver you also have to get right because Amari Cooper got him there. Amari Cooper put up a 40-point week in week, I think it was 16, and then he was injured and he missed week 17. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it went down. You can whiff on your wide receiver 4, but you also got to hit on your 5th one. So 4 out of the 5 wide receivers have to hit, and 2 of them have to hit as the best valued receivers in the 1st and 2nd round. The one that you get in the 3rd needs to spike at the right time, essentially. You can completely whiff on your 1st running back, but you got to hit on your next 2. And you still want to have 3 running backs by your 8th round. So essentially you're giving up the elite onesies and the in this format. And then you have to hit on a Kyron Williams in round 18. If there is no Kyron Williams in round 18 this season, you can't win. And you also have to hit on some rookies and these middle QBs that are really undervalued, like Jordan Love, who had a career year, a huge year. Mostert was decent too, I think, if I remember correctly. Chuba Hubbard is fine. Stroud was great, a good hit there. So it's tough. The formula, you never know which structure is going to pay off, but certain formulas can't work in certain years. This formula worked because of Kyron. So if there is no Kyron this season, I don't know. Can it even work? Husky 2, waiting on 1. We'll get into it soon. Be right back in 3 seconds. I have to do something. I have to grab something. I'm sure it's going to fill soon. I'll take my phone with me. I'll leave it on the board. Well, let me leave you with this clip first. Let's run. We ran T-Mac. We ran Scattaboo. Let's go Genty clip. Classic Genty clip. All right, it filled. Starting soon. Let's find out what draft position I have in this Husky 2. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Just imagine it's Sunday. You're watching Red Zone. What's that? Ashton Genty breaks a 40-yard touchdown run. And then you see him in the end zone doing a Macarena with his boys, with his linemen for the Raiders. I can see it now. Although I'm slightly fading Genty because he's so expensive. His price, it's just so high. But he might be able to do it. We've got, hey, shout out to Jason, the world famous Huron River Rat in the 10 spot. We got Gerardo DFS in the 12. My man. I'm in the 5 spot. I like this. I like being in the 5 spot. I get to go Jahmyr Gibbs. And let's keep it rolling. I'm going to turn the music back on. I'm going to catch up with y'all in the chat. We're drafting tonight. We're drafting a Husky 2. I tried for an hour. I stalled. I looked at running back data for an entire hour with you guys, which is fun, and I like doing it, and I like showing off the data. I was secretly trying to fill a Great Dane the entire time. Came within +2. Could not fill a Great Dane within an hour. So I'm not doing a Great Dane slow. I'm either going to do it fast, preferably on stream, or I'm not going to do one at all. But I want to do one. Good luck, boys. What up, Jason? Gerardo in the 12. Oh, Crumb's in the 3. What up, Crumb? Hilltoppers. I got you. I got you. Be watching that back when I'm sober. Hell yeah. OMG's having a nice Friday night. Drinking some brews, I'm sure. Like most of you are. Thanks for being here on a Friday night with me. Chilling. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. What did I miss? City Powers Lamar. I like that. DraftKings is fun. Sure. How was Pollard again? Oh, sorry. You know me. I went on a soapbox and missed the chat, but Pollard is underwhelming last season from a consistency standpoint, and he's not able to hit the elite weeks that other guys are week over week. But I think his offensive line is greatly improved. His coaching seems fine, and the quarterback upgrade. So I think there's a case for Pollard, kind of similar to similar but not as good as the case for Swift. Wow, Jacobs goes pick 17. Somebody's been looking at the RB data. Gibbs. I'm going to pull up my combo tool. I'm going to filter to all tournaments. I should have done this before it was my pick, but I can do it in time. Gibbs. And then all available. I can go Bucky or JT. I'll go Bucky. Like I said, there's a big bull case for Bucky Irving. It's exactly the way that I like to start on the left side of the board. Just get the 2 RBs and then take a receiver in round 3. Or you can get McBride, or you could take the elite QB. Why did I not do Chase Brown? Was my combo with Chase Brown just that much more common? 14% with Chase Brown, and then Bucky was 14. I don't know why. Then I guess just because my ranks, my own personal ranks. Yeah, that's an interesting point too. They're going to lean on the run game to make it easy on JJ McCarthy, which is exactly what Michigan did. And Sam Darnold was just like a different element. If Josh Allen in the 3rd round, yes. I'll figure out receiver later. I like the receivers at pick 44, at pick 53, at pick 66, 68. But it's hard to replicate Josh Allen. So I start off this one. Every time I deep dive the running backs, I mean, you got to be on the correct side of the board, the left side of the board to really do this. But every time I deep dive the running backs, I end up going so much more robust. It's not even funny. I need to summarize the wide receiver data because it is also very enlightening and interesting in certain ways. There are just a certain number of wide receivers who can get it done. The thing is, the list is a bit longer than the running backs, and the list changes year over year a good amount. Like players fall in, fall out. Devonta Smith is like one of the guys who can really get it done. And I mean, you can get him in the 5th round. The difference between Devonta Smith and Marvin Harrison or Garrett Wilson over a 3-game stretch is essentially nothing. Like Devonta Smith might even be better. Garrett Wilson does have some absurdly elite target earning ability. Too bad his QB play has never been good enough. AJ Brown, Chase. Yeah, explosive, strong lower half. True. It is a high stakes, $200. I'm trying to sneak it in. At least if I'm going to stream it. I don't want people in the stream to be sniping all my picks, but that's fair. That's also fair. Go Huskies. Yeah. It's more about like, I mean, for a monitor, I feel like it can sometimes be a big purchase. Sometimes it's worth it, but 100%. That's actually a good point, though. That's probably the best point. But it still, I wouldn't see it because, I mean, maybe I could flip the chat. Maybe, you know what I need to do? I need to put the chat on the other side of the StreamYard. I don't even know if that's possible. I wonder if I could flip the chat. Or maybe people can pop the chat out. I need to figure it out. Or I could like pop out the YouTube chat and put it over. I forgot to close the YouTube poll. I need to close the YouTube poll too. Dang, Jalen Hurts still available. That's pretty intriguing. I'll go T-Mac there. 45 for T-Max, or 45 for Jalen Hurts is a nice grab. Barkley, Hurts, Brown, Kittle. I like that start. Wait a second. Kittle? I thought that was McBride for a second. That's an expensive price for Kittle, but if you really don't like the wide receivers in round 3, I guess it's fine. Getting your first wide receiver in round 5 is a little bit tough. You can definitely dig out. I've done it before. It gets a little bit tough. You just have to get somewhat lucky around the 8th round. Wow, Laporta at 47. So Kittle at 28 and Laporta at 47. That's interesting. I think the injury news on Laporta is good though. But Laporta ahead of Henderson. Wow. I've never seen that. Not even before the Henderson rise. Just different. Lamb McConkey, Hampton's pretty cool start. Let's see what Hilltoppers does with his 5th round pick. I think he and the drafter in the 4 spot are both looking for a receiver, but it's kind of how I expect this round to go. Do I want to go Chuba Hubbard with T-Mac? I feel like I don't. I feel like I don't want both Panthers. It's a huge Panthers bet. I could pivot and take Calvin Ridley or DK Metcalf. Or go with Rashee Rice. I'm going to sprinkle in some Calvin Ridley. I'm going to keep the wide receivers rolling. I thought about going Chuba Hubbard there. Because I started with the Gibbs, Bucky Irving, I don't feel like I super need to grab a guy like Hubbard right here. But I still like Hubbard in this round. What it really just came down to is considering his increased competition and then the fact that I already had T-Mac. I need T-Mac to pay off here. I feel like him and Hubbard in the 4th and 5th round, it's kind of like bad for their potential ceiling, both of their ceiling outcomes in a given week, where it's like, okay, T-Mac scores 2 touchdowns. Are they going to run the ball out in the 4th quarter? Did T-Mac's touchdowns come because they're playing from behind? And then Chuba Hubbard's not on the field as much, and it's Dowdle in passing down situations. Like, I don't know. Hard to really think that one through. Maybe overthinking it, but I don't always love taking both of those Panthers, T-Mac and Hubbard, on the same team. Hubbard going to pick 58, though, is a steal for Jason for his RB2. I love that for you. With Daniels, McLaurin, Henry, Amon-Ra. That's a pretty elite start right there. I really like that start. Gerardo going with a little 0 RB start, but then he double taps Connor and Harvey. Another reason I thought about taking Hubbard in the 5th is because I know the running backs really dry up coming back in the 6th, and there's still a lot of good receivers there. Okay, there's 4 players that I like here. Kamara was one of them. There's 2 players I really like for my next pick. We'll see what the drafter in the 6th spot does. Yeah, exactly. Olave. I thought about Olave. It's a really good spot to take Golden here for me, or do I go Pacheco? I mean, I love Golden. He's one of my most drafted players. I've been getting him pretty cheap, though. Ooh, Joe Burrow goes at pick 69. Interesting when you already have Hurts and don't have any receivers. Drafter in the 1 spot is probably pissed. He had set this up with Chase, T, McBride, and then he needed Burrow for the double stack, and he gets completely sniped. I go Pacheco. I think Pacheco's a pretty nice piece in the Chiefs' offense when he's fully healthy. He had a bad run out with injury and poor performance. And I think it was most of the playoff games, but definitely the Super Bowl. But he's not going to be facing the Eagles every week. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think for the higher stakes, they can move back to 30-second clocks or even 40 or 45-second, and it wouldn't be an issue. 20-second clocks are aggressive. So I got Pacheco. I'm going to circle back to receiver. Addison's there. That makes just too much sense. There's a whole wall of running backs in my rankings. Shakir with the injury, do I just pull him up anyways? Probably. Whatever. Probably should just take Shakir. Jordan Addison's already going to miss 3 weeks and then the week 6 bye. So, like, that's a pretty slow start to the season, a bad start. Technically, I need some other receiver to cover that wide receiver 3 spot, and I'll be flexing Pacheco most weeks. I don't know. Maybe Shakir's there, maybe he's not. I'll keep an eye on it. With those running backs, there's a wall of running backs. It's kind of the beginning of the dead zone. Montgomery is one of the last ones that I like. And then like Mason. So if I had flipped it, if I ended up going with Golden over Pacheco, I could have gone Montgomery. So it's like Golden, Montgomery, Pacheco, Addison. Hard to know. At the end of the day, I'm trying to win in week 17. And Addison does correlate nicely with Gibbs for that week 17 game in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the Dome, the Lions, at the Vikings. It's worth something. And then also, like, yeah, I wouldn't have Gibbs. I'm not going to take Montgomery there. It would have been Jordan Mason. Shakir does go. I've seen him fall sometimes. I'm worried about the ankle injury. And I don't know. I wasn't taking a ton of Shakir all summer long. And then right as I was starting to get interested in him, I was getting curious about drafting him. He gets the high ankle injury, sprain. I probably need to keep going with wide receiver, and I'll just take some tight ends later on, kind of in the pocket in the window. This is what I think is like the RB dead zone to an extent. ETN's probably the most interesting. I still draft B-Rob. I still draft ETN. I don't really want to be drafting Warren. I will do it occasionally. I'm going to go Pittman there. I think Pittman, Josh Downs has a hamstring injury. That's pretty concerning. Alec Pierce, one of my most drafted players. He is week to week with his groin injury. Hopefully he comes back soon still. Pittman could definitely pay off, you know. Ooh, Coleman goes very next pick. I was expecting to be able to potentially get Coleman at the 101. But he's been rising. I think it's a little bit expensive for Coleman to take him over Pittman, though. It's a little bit much. Pittman's definitely better. It's a situation, and we're not really playing for like season-long outcomes. We're playing for weekly outcomes, week 17 outcomes. Maybe Coleman's the pick there. I have a hard time doing it, though, even with the stack. I can just take Josh Allen unstacked. He spreads the ball around. Wow, okay, that's some bullshit. Josh Palmer going pick 95. That kind of pisses me off because that's my obvious late stacking partner for Josh Allen, and I would have taken him at pick 140. So that's whatever, though. I'm zig when they zag kind of approach. This is a time box tournament as well. So a guy like J.K. Dobbins to me is pretty interesting. More interesting than he would be in a Best Ball Mania at the current price. Tight ends like Warren, Loveland available for me. ETN goes. I could do Bo Nix, who's also really interesting, has a really, really high scoring potential. I don't think I need Nix in this one, though. So what I'll do is go ahead and take Tyler Warren there. I thought about Knicks. I'm gonna just say it's Josh Allen. He's the guy. He's all I need, and so I'm really gonna build this out in a true Josh Allen sense, where I'm gonna wait on my QB2. I'm still gonna get one that I like. I might be able to tack on a third one just for value, but I need to keep hammering the other positions here that I don't already have, whether that's depth at wide receiver or a tight end like I just took. Team stacking Pittman and Warren in this range, though, feels actually really good. It's a bet that the Colts aren't bad. The Colts were almost a playoff team last year. People forget. It's not like they were the Bears, the worst team in their division. Got the RB glasses on this time. Yes, sir. Yeah, Hilltopper's starting very robust with the running backs. Love it. And then, I mean, you did dig yourself out quite appropriately with the way you took the receivers. You got Lamar Jackson, so you did get your elite piece for the QB. It's all about, you know, how you can continue to get those receivers you need. And I think those first three you got are really solid. Cup's fine at that price. I've got really good options. The reason I also didn't go with Knicks there is I think it's a great price on Knicks in the 9th round, but I have really solid options for late QB2s that I need to consider and try to push and get. Judkins goes 112. We're on Judkins watch every draft. Mixon goes 94. DeCrum, aka Hilltoppers. Dobbins goes 114. I would have definitely taken Dobbins in my next pick if he was there. Bateman goes. I'll go ahead and take Shaheed. I don't get him a ton. He's risen a little bit. And wow, I did not expect Marvin Mims to get clicked right after that. I'm warming up to Mims too. I think he could earn an actual wide receiver 2 role in amount of snaps. At least the coach speak in preseason usage is indicating that Mims actually could earn that wide receiver 2 role for the Broncos and not just be a part-time player like he was last season. So that'd be interesting. Year 3 breakout for Mims. Incoming. I grabbed Shaheed. That case, I got my 5th wide receiver. I feel really confident in my wide receiver room now, especially to cover Addison being out for 4 out of the first 6 weeks. I think the player I'm thinking of could still be there with my next pick. But maybe I should have just taken him at 116 and then pushed Shaheed. Hell yeah. Scatterboo goes. I am going to take Jared Goff to go with Jahmyr Gibbs. I was just talking up Jared Goff. His ADP is about 119. I get him at 125. He's getting super criminally undervalued. So he, to me, is a really solid QB2 option to go with Josh Allen. I'm loving the way that this has come together. The wide receiver room's a little bit shaky. T-Mac, Ridley, Addison, Pittman, Shaheed. I like all of those guys in a vacuum, but as a unit, it seems like it's missing a little bit of something. I just need Ridley and Ward to like have an insane connection, and I think they kind of do based on what I've been hearing and reading. I read a lot of Titans reports in the last 24 hours. A couple takeaways was Cam Ward, some good days, some bad days, but overall good. Really good in the locker room, really good in the studies. the QB room. Ridley's the only sure thing, and then they're trying to make Alec Ayomanor the next thing. A little bit of news on Lockett. I didn't hear a lot. A little bit of good news on Chigakonkwo. We saw Gunnar Helm have a big preseason game tonight, although I think he's still a depth piece, still needs to mature in the league a little bit. So I think Chigakonkwo is still pretty safe. Have I done like a 4 wide receiver, 3 RB start yet? Like the Best Ball Mania champ? Yeah. 12 has it going on. Yeah, I've definitely started some teams with like 7 straight skill position players. I typically, I did something close to that. I did take Allen in this one, but first tight end was pick 9. Hell yeah. This is where I go Jaden Blue. I'll take Jaden Blue in the 12th round all day and twice on Sunday. All day, every day, twice on Sunday. Jaden Blue. If you don't know, I don't know if I can help you with this late in the season. If you didn't watch college football last year, if you weren't tuned in, you got to risk to get the reward in these later rounds. That Blue's my RB4. I last took Pacheco in the 6th round. I get Blue in the 12th. Time to circle back to tight end and receiver probably would make sense. I don't necessarily even need another QB, so I'm going to keep pushing that, I think. Pitts is pretty nice there, which is funny to say, but it's decent. I'll probably keep waiting on tight end. I need to adjust my ranks a little bit. I feel like I need to push Rashad White down further in my ranks. He's like always there at pick 150. And I feel like I don't want to click him. Romeo Doubs had the back injury. He's not practicing. That's kind of concerning. I might have to move him back in the ranks too. It's kind of shitty. Demario Douglas goes. That's who I was considering there. So do I pull someone up? Do I go Doubs? Do I just take the QB that works with this team? I'll do Doubs. I need a little bit more depth at receiver, and I think when Doubs is healthy, and hopefully he does come back from the back injury and it's nothing serious, that he is kind of playing in those 2 wide sets and giving me some more snaps, some more routes. I wanted to push the QBs because I'm so set with my QB, my elite QB Josh Allen, and my QB2 Jared Goff, who's almost an elite QB in his own right. Last season he practically was almost a Joe Burrow kind of outcome for him. And then if I'm going to take a third QB, I'm going to push it. So I think it was paying up too much for the tight end in this range. But yeah, there goes 2 of my options, Cam Ward and Bryce Young, who stack up with my 2 top receivers. Both go. Maybe I should have taken one of them over Doubs, but at the same time, like I said, I need to keep building out that wide receiver room. So I don't really even need the third QB. It was more of a luxury pick. So I'm going to push that off. I have no idea what to think about Kendre Miller. I have not been drafting any RB2s in New Orleans. I'm just playing it like it's Alvin Kamara or bust. Thornton and Horton on the same team. I might have. Yeah, the faster clock was good for getting in volume and definitely for streaming. Superflex tight end premium, would you take Anthony Richardson at the 809? I don't know. I'd have to check the board. I did a Dynasty Superflex tight end premium startup last week on Sunday for the barbecue league with PPR Tyler and a bunch of other people. I'd have to check the board. I don't remember I have it up, though. I could look in a second after these next pick or two. Okay, this to me, I don't love the tight ends. The receivers are all flat. The running backs, I'm going to wait a little bit. What it comes down to is I've already got a double stack with Richardson, with Tyler Warren and Pittman. His upside, he's one of the only remaining quarterbacks that could actually outscore Josh Allen or Jared Goff in a given week. Even if he doesn't play the whole season, I think it's kind of hard to ignore there. And I missed out on Young and Ward, so I figured I have a shot at one of Young or Ward at pick 167. I'm going to take Richardson before it gets too much later. I think he's still a nice pick there. Horton goes 165. Horton's been going higher and higher, I've noticed. This is a time box tournament, so it's kind of get your guy wherever you need to. I think round 14 for Horton is interesting. It's a little bit expensive, but it could be just fine. Woody Marks at pick in round 15, I think, is kind of bad. I'm going to go Shipley there. Higher than I'd usually take him. You can probably get Shipley at like round 16 or even 17 sometimes. But I think it's fine for this tournament. It gives me a piece of the Eagles, and not that I necessarily need the most correlation for like the week 17 game stacks, but I do have the Philly, Buffalo game. And then, or bring back. I wanted to see, where did Kincaid go? Because he never even hit my radar. Yeah, I forgot that happened. Kincaid went 138. I had him queued, but he was gone before my pick at 140. 3561 build. Let me check that board. I don't even know how to get to the draft board. I don't even know who has. I don't use Sleeper enough on desktop to know even how to use it. I usually look at my phone. I have to pull up the draft board, but yeah, I don't know. For 809 for Anthony Richardson, I think that's a little early because it seems like he's just a risk to lose his job this season or next. Yeah, Shahid Smash. Okay, I'm glad someone likes it. Going late in there. Okay. Yo, what up, Paulino? Are you ready for UT versus Ohio State? I'm getting ready. I mean, I am ready, but I've been reading more and more articles daily. I subscribe to Orange Bloods and 24/7 Longhorns, so like I do need to up my game a little bit. I'm gonna take Chig Okonkwo here. Nice little pick. Stack with Ridley. Team stack. But yeah, Paulino, I need to mentally prepare a little bit more. It's getting close, but I'm pumped. I already made my prediction. I think I said I predict it to be a little bit of a low scoring event. It's going to be very conservative play. Sark always game scripts the first 2 or 3 drives. I'm sure for this game he's going to script as much as possible. He has all this time to think about it. I think what I said was, my prediction was Texas 23, Ohio State 14, or maybe 10. I don't know. That might be a little bit too conservative, but I mean, obviously, Longhorns are going to win, right? Why would I not? Why would I not predict that? It'd be crazy to go against your own team week 1, ranked 1 in the coaches poll and the AP poll for the first time in history, even though they're playing at Ohio State, team coming off the national title. But, you know, they didn't win it with the quarterback they currently have on their roster either. I thought about going with someone else there. Kind of crazy. Might be insane. But I take Adonai Mitchell. So I got my 3rd stacked piece with Anthony Richardson. Probably insane. I'm going naked Josh Allen. And then, yeah, Tesla goes. I was between him and Tesla. I probably should have gone Tesla. I keep hoping and dreaming that Tesla would come back around in round 8 to me in round 18. The other player I had queued up was actually JT Sanders. He goes the very next pick. Maybe it would have made more sense to take Tesla with my Goff instead of being the 3rd stacking partner with Richardson. Kind of a bad move by me. Probably should have thought that through just a little bit more and just taken Tesla first. I've got 3-5-7-2 build, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Anthony Richardson, Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Pacheco, Blue, and Shipley. I could do one more running back for some depth. I might go receiver, though. T-Mac, Ridley, Addison, who's going to be out for 4 out of the first 6 weeks. Pittman, Shaheed, Dobbs with the back injury already. Yeah, I'm going to stop with Warren and Chigakonkwo and hope that's enough. Those tight ends don't matter. But then I need another receiver. Slayton, Ray is good. Malik Washington's interesting. Jordan Whittington's interesting. There's not a lot of builds where I actually can fit Jordan Whittington into it. This one's kind of fun to do that. It gives me a player who's in that last game of the slate. I don't have any receivers on the week 8 bye, which is very rare. I think that's what I do. Slayton, Ray, Whittington, Malik. I'm going to go Ray. I think early season, he could be a really nice compliment to picking Jordan Addison because Addison suspended 3 games. Also the early week bye. So he's going to – and then Ray is early week 5 bye, but we're thinking Mooney's going to miss a couple weeks. And Ray was already on the field a ton last season. Maybe he has some chemistry with – he's practicing right now with Penix Jr. and they get some chemistry going. I saw a highlight in practice look pretty good. So I think McLeod's like an interesting round 18 pick. I was between him and Slayton. It's whatever. It's a toss-up. I'll take some McLeod. It doesn't hurt that Ray plays in the last game of the slate. So if I'm ever in week 17, I'm holding out hope for a little flex surprise to help my roster move up even further up the leaderboard. Ray could be that piece. It's kind of fun to think about. Tesla. I should have taken Tesla. Oh, well. I don't even know if these round 17, 18 guys are going to matter at any point in the season, but man, I got completely shut out on stacking partners with Goff or with Allen, and I was prioritizing them. Like, what could I have done? I could have taken Kincaid at pick 125. No. Took Goff there. I could have. That was my only shot. Another one was taking Coleman over Pittman. That seemed like a bad idea. Ended up backstacking Pittman and Warren into Richardson anyways. Running back room. I forgot to look at my buys. I think I'm good. 8, 9, 10, 10, 9. Totally fine. Because I'll have these 3 are never on the same buy. And then I've got a combination of these 2 across all of the bye weeks. And that's perfectly fine. I went a 3-5-8-2. I guess I liked having the depth at receiver because I started so late, and then Addison on the bye. Pittman, Adonai Mitchell, Tyler Warren. Are those the three pieces you need on the Colts offense? I don't know. I didn't get any Jacksonville players either. But I do have the bring back from Minnesota. I technically have Shipley to bring back for the game stack there if I need it. Yeah, that's with Anthony Richardson. He can just destroy. Like, let's go to week 1 last year. Week 1 last year, Anthony Richardson is QB4. Josh Allen's QB1. Remember that? He put up a 30-point game. Let me zoom in a little bit, I guess. Oh. Wrong screen. So Josh Allen, we remember he put up that 30-point game. QB1. Baker, Daniels goes off. Anthony Richardson's right there. Anthony Richardson outscores Lamar Jackson in week 1. He also outscored Jalen Hurts, Mahomes, Fields by a lot, Purdy by a lot, and then all the way down here, QB 29 was Joe Burrow, put up 8 points. If you drafted 2 QBs last season and it happened to be Joe Burrow and Caleb Williams, you're getting 8 points in week 1. Terrible. But if you tacked on Geno Smith for practically for free, he's going super late in the drafts. 18 points. So that would have been plus 10 points, which in best ball, 10 points is not insignificant at all. And that's only 1 week. Imagine all the other combinations in scoring where, so 10 points, that's like an extra position. That's like an extra flex. So that's why I've been leaning a lot into 3 QB builds this year. Even if I have an elite QB, Joe Burrow, Caleb Williams, not technically elite, but would have been considered by a lot of people good to go last season. You could stop at 2. Maybe last season you had Mahomes and Kyler. You're going to get 15 points in week 1. If you had thrown on, who could you throw on? I forget where Derek Carr was going, but I mean, he would have added 6 points. Richardson was more expensive last year. He's super cheap this year. So that's why I'm throwing on Richardson on a bunch of these teams. And I'm taking a bunch of Colts receivers anyways, because I think they're all pretty cheap. And we don't know which Colts receiver is going to be the one that pays off yet. Pittman has done it before. He could be good. He could be good again. Warren, we're pretty sure Tyler Warren's going to be pretty good. Mitchell is free. Alec Pierce is free, so I take a bunch of those too. And then Downs is injured, so I've stopped taking him as much. Doing a Dalmatian, took Bijan in the 1 spot. You got Hampton, T, Sutton, Travion, Addison, Pacheco. Think I can stop at 4 running backs with Bijan week 5, Hampton week 12, Travion week 14, Pacheco week 10. Yeah, you could stop at 4 for sure. This is actually one of the best times of year to build a hyper fragile team because you have so much more information and these players are not injured. Not a single one of those players has had any setbacks or hamstrings or anything going on. So this is one of the best times of year to build hyper fragile teams, and something I want to get more into because I feel like I'm building more balanced teams. I want to build some hyper fragiles. That's exactly what Herzig did to take down Best Ball Mania 1. Was a hyper fragile build. I want to say it was a 3-4-9-2 build. I have to pull it up again though. Does that even add up? 3-4-9-2? Yeah, exactly. It would have been a 3-4-9-2. It was a 3-4-9-2. Maybe it was a 3-4-8-3. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. And he drafted his team. I think I remember seeing it was drafted on August 20th. So we're right in that time frame. Sometimes the season starts earlier or later. This year it's starting, I think, a little bit earlier. So we're in the exact same time frame. Some people are saying the best defense in the nation. I mean, it already was last year. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited. 2582 right. Do I go right now? Do I go QB or tight end to end it? You know me, I'm never going to see the questions until after the draft. I was so locked in trying to miss out on passing on Isaac Tesla that I couldn't keep focused. I need to figure out how to pop the chat out. Maybe I'll just pop the chat out, but then as soon as I click the board, it'll go away. So I don't even know what good it does me to do that. So I would say, excuse me, I would say QB is more important than tight end scoring almost always. Let me look at your team and see. You did go with the tight end, but you had Lamar Jackson and Love, so like I can't blame you on stopping on those two. But even like I did, I had I had Josh Allen and Jared Goff, very similar to your combo, and then I took the third with Richardson. So you probably would have been considering like Russell Wilson, which I think can definitely pay off. But let's see Crumb's team. I like it. He started off really robust with the running backs. I think he recovered well at wide receiver. No complaints. And then Kraft, Likely, and Johnson. So for your sake, it can definitely make sense to go 3 tight end here. And I would agree because Likely's already dealing with the injury. Could be slow to return. Kraft should hold it down, but he has an early bye as well. So I like that Juwan Johnson pick here. I think it really brings the tight end room together. And it looks like your only options, considering you were one of the last picks from the 3 spot, is you would have been considering Shuck or Wilson or Dart. And I don't love those picks for your team. I guess Flacco goes with Judy. You could have done Flacco. That's kind of a weird thing to... So weird. If you're thinking Flacco, you might already be in trouble. You might as well just stick with the 2. I'd probably take a naked Russell Wilson over Joe Flacco with Jerry Jeudy even. At the same time, people think that Dart might be coming in at some point later in the season. I don't even know what I think that probability is anymore. But even if Russell Wilson carries you through week 8, he'd cover both your buys and give you like a high floor. People forget when Russell Wilson came in last season, he took the job from Justin Fields, and we're assuming Justin Fields is a full-time starter in 2025. So go figure. He's only 37, which is relatively old, but not ridiculously old. He's had some better years. He's had some worse years. He only played 11 games last year. On a 17-game pace, he would have been up, potentially just as many touchdowns as like Mahomes had. Pretty near that number. I want to look at the game logs, though, is even more important. From a per passing play efficiency standpoint, this has always been his strength. He was the number 5 overall QB in explosive passing plays. Number 6 overall in QB explosive play rating on a per play basis. And that's pretty freaking good. 48 over 11, so 4 per game. I think just for comparison, Lamar, the most explosive quarterback in the league, he obviously is the best, but he did 93 over 17. So 93 over 17. If we were saying that Russ was at like 4 per game, more than 4 per game, that Lamar is actually closer to like 5.5, almost 6 per game. But Lamar is the best quarterback, the most explosive. Russell Wilson's going undrafted. Let's go back to the game logs because that kind of speaks to it too. He started week 7. He was the QB3 in week 7, his first game back. He had a rushing touchdown, 2 passing touchdowns, 264 yards. Playing with the Steelers. He's on the Giants now. Are they better? Are they worse? They definitely have better receivers. He's going to be throwing to Malik Neighbors, one of the best receivers in the league. He's also got Slayton, Wandale, and a combination of Tracy and Scadaboo, both decent pass-catching backs. I'd argue Scadaboo's better. Then he has a low week. Then a pretty good week, 19 points. Some more low weeks. Another high week, 28 points. A middling week. A low week, a middling week. Week 17 was actually pretty good. So, I mean, you could argue that if Russell Wilson can do some of that for a portion of next season, he might not even get benched for Dart. He could be playing the entire season, in which case he's extremely low owned. He's extremely low owned in the playoffs for the best ball. And if he's still playing week 15, 16, 17, he could be a huge, incredible leverage piece. So, I mean, I only have drafted across all tournaments hardly any Russell Wilson, but this is something I've come around to in the last couple of days. I think in Best Ball Mania, I've taken him twice. So out of all the tournaments, I've been drafting him more frequently in Best Ball Mania than pretty much anything else, but I'm going to start clicking Russell Wilson. If I would have got down to it and Russell Wilson was there, I would have taken him over McLeod if I had already taken, let's say I took Torrey Horton instead of Richardson. Then instead of McLeod, I would have taken Russell Wilson on this team, even with Goff and Josh Allen. Josh Allen and Goff, I could argue though that their floor is just so high and their ceiling is both so good that you don't need the third QB at all. I just didn't love any picks in that range of the board. It's kind of a weird spot. So Richardson is like a rare exception. I would make the case for him. Otherwise, I might have just waited for the Russell Wilson, or I could have stopped with 2. You could probably argue that my team would be better off with a 6 running back. I'm just banking on Gibbs, Bucky, and Pacheco, though. And then Blue, I think, is still good enough to factor in. Shipley, I think we see, has a ton of contingent upside and maybe has a little bit of standalone upside, standalone value, too. Eagles being the best run offense, one of the best offensive lines. See, certain people say they like Turpin. I'm not really drafting Turpin. I just... old, small, and never been a big part of their game plan before. Special teamer, gadget player. I think he can spike. I think he's fine for a throw-in for round 18. I just don't get there very often. Let's look at Gerardo's team. He thinks he messed up. Let's see what he did. Three, 6, 7, 2. Fields, Lawrence, Penix. Seems fine. Connor, Harpy, Najee, Monagai, Brooks, Roschon. A little bit weak on the running backs. Connor and Harpy can get you there. Then you have depth. So actually, I don't hate it. It's interesting. It's definitely different. A lot of week 16 correlation somehow. Of course, the wide receivers are super strong, because the QBs are middling, the running backs are pretty middling, but the wide receivers, the strong focal point. Tight ends are very strong as well. I think it's an interesting build, interesting team. I would just probably argue in this team you don't need Burden as much, so maybe you could have skipped on him. Finished with like 6 receivers. Nah, maybe still get one later, but you could have taken a running back at pick 100. And then instead of like a Roschon or a Brooks, you could have thrown in another dart throw receiver instead of Burden. But that's hindsight. It's hard to know how the board's going to unfold at the time that you're doing it. Yeah, Jawan. If you want to win Basketball Mania, Jawan Johnson, that's the key. No, I liked your 2 QBs. But yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, I'm guilty again. I'm ready to get hurt again. It's a problem. Could be a 0. You can still win Best Ball Mania with 0s, right? Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Yep. That was the build. Yes, sir. Yeah, I need to probably get some more rust. That's a good point too. Let Russ cook. Broncos country. Let's ride. Broncos country. Let's ride. Number 26, like, hey, appreciate you, Fantasy Dog. Thanks for stopping by. Make sure you guys slap that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Hop in here. Come say what up. I'm going to close the poll. I forgot to close it like 3 hours ago. Yo, what up, Pat? What's good, Pat? How we doing? Let me close the poll. Oh, hell yeah. All right, let me close the poll. I keep going to it and I keep going past it. Where's the poll? Did I already close it? I must have closed it. I don't even see the poll anymore. I have no idea. Maybe we closed it. I don't know what the answer was. I don't even remember what the question was at this point. We'll figure it out at some point. The Flock crew, they're all in Austin doing the Flock draft this weekend. And it's just funny because I used to live in Austin, went to school in Austin. My wife is from Austin. My parents live in Austin. So I go there about once a month still to this day. I go back to home games for UT games. I go back to see family all the time. And so the Flock crew is there. And then we had Danny from the Fantasy Stock Exchange, who's part of the Flock crew. He was on our Ballsy show with Bindles and I earlier this summer. Made a really fun time. Drafted a bunch of teams. He's funny. He's always down to just continue hammering drafts. We did like 2 Best Ball Manias. I think we did an Eliminator. And his first time in Austin. And so I was kind of DMing him, giving him some like tips and things to do and things to see. But he just sent a DM that they went to the Comedy Mothership on 6th Street. So they're on 6th Street right now on a Friday night at midnight, living large. That's a good place to be. People watching, having fun, going to comedy shows, going to the bars, the restaurants, all the good stuff. Highly recommend. My recommendation is actually wake up early, jog around the Capitol. It's a park. It's a historic site. It's probably the best state capitol in the entire country. And then you can walk right down the street, go to UT campus, check out Darrell K. Royal Stadium, go to the UT Tower, check it all out. Beautiful campus. Pretty biased, but also I'm very right. And then you go back down to South Congress and you get yourself some brunch. I don't know why Monroe's falling. I would snatch him up. Yeah, it's so true. Maybe it was Best Ball 4 that I was thinking of from. I believe you. I bet you're right. Oh, no. I was saying Best Ball Mania 1. So I think we can both be right. Because I'm pretty sure Best Ball Mania 1 was drafted on August 20th. I don't know why I know that, but I think I know that. That's true, too. It is good to look at the finals teams. There's a ton of variance in the last week. Already close when I got here. Fantasy Dog wanted to vote. It was a terrible poll tonight. We'll do better. I'm pledging to do better on the polls. LOL cooked. Yeah. Can you imagine 6th Street right now? Okay, let's do a best ball mania. I'm gonna enter it. I'm gonna let my dog out. If y'all want to jump in, I mean, at your own discretion. If you only 2 can advance, we're waiting on 2. But if you want to test your luck, you can jump into this best ball mania. I've got to keep ripping them, so I'll do one more best ball mania tonight. I'm gonna let the dog out. I'll be right back. In the meantime, since we just drafted Tet Arroyo McMillan, let's roll the T-Mac clip. Hey, the funny thing is, I went to let the dog out, and I couldn't even find her. I don't know where she is right now. I heard her, but I don't see her. She's either under the table or she's under the chair. I can't find her. Hey, shout out to BBG. Pretty sure he's. Let's see. Oh, BBG just finished his show. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he's still live. Yo, BBG. Let me see. I'm gonna DM him. Let's see. Oh, what did I do? I always hit the settings. Copy. He just finished his stream. He's probably just chilling, trying to take it easy for the night and not draft on stream. But he unfortunately he cannot escape. He's back on stream drafting again. The music back on. I am in the 9 spot. I'm cool with it. Got Hilltoppers in here, aka Crumb in the 12. Looks like he snuck right in, made it into this one. One of the last few people to get in before it closed. Yeah, he snuck into the 12. Exactly what I was thinking. Okay. Neighbors for me. I'll go Neighbors at 9. This is the Best Ball Mania. Let me pull open my Best Ball Mania combo and then my exposure for Neighbors. I'm only at 8%. I need to get a little bit more. It would be unique if I could get Collins or Puka, but I think the odds of that are so low. Puka's been falling, so it might be possible. I apparently don't have him with Genty, which seems like a sin because of the Week 17 matchup and how fun it is. I've got him with Bowers once. No Derrick Henry, no Big Dog. Derrick Henry's the one guy on the elite RB scoring that I kind of worry about, though. The one guy I worry about is just if the efficiency is not there again for Henry, but I think it should be. Oh my God. Speaking of Danny on 6th Street, he just posted something on Twitter. They're just raging on 6th Street right now. I've been there. I love it. Okay. So I'll definitely take Brian Thomas, but I've done it a bunch. But 100% I'll go Brian Thomas with Neighbors again. It's a fun start. I could have pulled up Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor, or Chase Brown. because I don't have that combination, and I feel like not a lot of people do. Neighbors with one of those guys, but typically what you'll see is, and maybe the better way to play it could even be to pull up neighbors into one of the first 5 picks and then get those guys down here. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I feel like the combination of neighbors with those running backs could also like be really nice. And it's never going to happen naturally because you have to force it a little bit. Well, speaking of so funny. Speaking of Amon-Ra going at pick 15, he goes at pick 5 in this one. Yes. Oh, yeah. Hey. He's here. He's in the chat. I think if we wish hard enough, maybe we could even get him on stream. What up, BBG?
Yo.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry, I'm making my picks right now.
I just remembered I deleted my setup. Let me edit this. Why am I down there? Dude, what's up?
Not much. Sorry, I was making my picks. That was a weird turn. The 101 is always weird, but
no, I meant like, what's up? Like, how's it going?
Oh, good. Good. I was like, you sent me a link, and I was like, why is Garage send me a link right now?
Oh, just a little late night drafting. It's not even that late for you. It's just like the early evening over there.
No, it's not. I was on the phone with my my buddy Wyatt, and I was like, let's run a draft, Wyatt. We'll do it together. And then you sent me a link, and I was like, oh, well, Wyatt, I'll hit you up in a second here. Let me see what's going on over here.
Yeah, run a draft with him. Are you gonna bring him in on this one?
Well, he's like a redraft guy. You know, he's like a home league. He's like my friend from my home league. And so
Nice.
I was like, oh, let's run a best ball draft together. We'll just like see how it goes.
Hell
and
yeah.
But no, yeah, I didn't expect to get invited on this. So I was like, yeah, well, let's do it.
Nice. Well, thanks for jumping in. I saw you just wrapped up your stream. How'd that go?
Good. We had some really fun starts tonight. We had what was like the big one that was crazy? We had Jefferson at the 108, and then London fell to us. So first ever Jefferson. Look at this guy got it in this team. Got Jefferson London.
Apparently, this is the combo today. It's just like happening.
Yeah, it's the time to draft. I mean, McCaffrey Jacobs right before just creates such a crazy combo. Jefferson London, CeeDee Lamb, AJ Brown because someone went Amon-Ra first. Like,
yeah. The Amon-Ra, Bowers, Evans. What's going on there? That's like whole different thing. I mean, this is a best ball mania. Like, people are kind of playing around.
That team is so weird because Amon-Ra, Bowers, Evans is just a team from like the 110. That's not even unique. That is just a normal team that you drafted the other side of the board.
Yeah, it's like that's what happens if you, like you said, you draft it on the other side of the board and you just pull up Bowers a little bit.
Totally. And like which
I've
also
done. Get another third round pick.
Yeah, and then Evans is a third round pick, like late third. That is like a normal team. That is a super normal team.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it just didn't fall the way he wanted it. But I feel like if you take a Amon-Ra there, you should definitely pair him with JT or Bucky or Chase Brown. I was kind of just talking about, I almost took one of those running backs with Neighbors because I've never taken Neighbors with JT or Bucky or Chase Brown, but I do have Neighbors with Brian Thomas like a bunch.
Do you really? Because that's kind of unique. That's pretty unique, I feel like.
Really?
At least this day and age, especially with McBride. God, you got a great value.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was looking at my combo. Neighbors, I don't have him with the Amon-Ra, but I've got him with Brian Thomas 13% of the time, and I just did it again. So it's going to be like 16% of the time or whatever.
Yeah. I did Lamar and James Cook because I feel like, for one, it's not very paired. I feel like a lot of people probably go Josh Allen, James
Oh, whoa!
Cook.
I didn't even see James Cook.
Yeah, but I think it's not great, obviously, because James Cook did go at the 4-5 turn a few times.
Oh shit! Did you see what just happened?
Fields,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
McLaurin goes.
I
So
just
yeah, my
did. Uh-huh.
my main thing is, like, I'm just gonna capitalize on value. I definitely want to go Flowers for the stack here, and then I think I'm just gonna go DJ Moore.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Now because you're anchoring down with Cook, like I don't mind it at all. You can't combine Cook with Moore and that often, anyways. I mean, you can, but then you
yeah.
don't get Flowers.
Yeah, and one thing when you take an elite quarterback, but you take a running back from another elite quarterback, like if you take Henry, Josh Allen, I think this is very viable, or Henry, Jalen, or Jaden Daniels, or Jalen Hurts, or whatever. I think it's very viable because you're just saying that the season is going to swing towards James Cook rather than the Josh Allen this year, kind of a thing. So, and you can do that vice versa with a lot of different guys. So.
So true. Oh, dude, what is he
I
doing?
know, I feel bad for Wyatt. I almost want to, like, bring him in here, but
Oh, bring him on. I'll shoot him the link.
I mean, he's never, like, been on stream before. He's just like
Well,
we were, like, FaceTiming.
it's late night. No one's watching if he does something crazy. No, I'm just kidding. But wow, Tyler Warren goes. This is not a great omen for this draft.
Honestly, that is not far enough off ADP
Right.
to make me worried about it getting thrown out. That is not that crazy.
I would agree.
Yeah,
Man, I also got
yeah,
lucky. Chuba Hubbard falls to me. I definitely consider him like in a tier break. But I mean,
yeah.
I like some of these other running backs, but it'd have been tough on me if he didn't if Walker or Henderson or Hubbard didn't get here. Henderson going 53 is kind of the latest I've seen him go in like a week.
I saw, yeah, exactly. Me too. I've seen him go. I just took him at the 4.1 in a draft, but I've also seen
Nice.
him go right around that 53 range recently. But he is all over the place. He famously, my partner in crime, MP43, texted me a day
Yep.
that Siegel updated his rankings. He has Henderson over Hampton as
I
a third
saw
round pick.
someone must have listened to that because the first Best Ball Mania I did tonight, I saw Henderson go at the 25 and Hampton went at like
Yeah.
the 20 or
Yeah.
no, it was like 28 and 30. They went like in the middle of the third round together.
I don't know if you were a film bro who watched these guys. Did you have an opinion before they got drafted to a team? Which one you liked
I just
more?
watch college football and I usually only watch like the teams that Texas plays and then some other like key matchups. I
Mhm.
watched a ton of Henderson because he played at Ohio State and like I'll watch like the big teams. Like I wasn't watching UCF. I wasn't watching RJ Harvey. I only knew of him like after the fact, really.
Mhm.
But I saw Henderson play for years at Ohio State and the only knock on him was that he would get injured. So like the
Right.
dude's
Right.
always been insanely good.
Exactly. Yeah,
Um,
so it
Hampton, I
it
didn't see
it,
a
it
lot
doesn't
of.
it's not that crazy to rank Henderson over Hampton in some regards then. It's really not, because from a
We
talent
know running
profile,
back's situational too, right? Like it's your
it's all
environment.
based on how much volume they get. But I think if you gave the same amount of volume to Henderson as Hampton, one, he'd probably be more of an injury concern, but two, I think he'd probably be more productive for fantasy. So it is interesting to think through those lenses. Am I going to get Burrow to fall all the way back to me when I have Lamar? This always happens, I feel like.
Oh, that
The
well,
the
what's
one
the
oh my god, it's going to happen, isn't it? This guy doesn't have he has Cincinnati, he has Chase Brown. Wow. Let's see. Let's see.
yeah, Mackay, that's what we were exactly saying. It's like he goes Fields and then Warren. We're pretty scared, but it's not too egregious. So
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm going to do a Lamar Burrow team.
I
Let's see
would
if
too.
I've done this before as far as my combinations go. I have never done Lamar in Burrow. I've done Josh Allen Burrow, though. Okay, so we're going to go Burrow, and I'm going to Olave for sure. So, all right,
So you're
done a
really
QB.
anchoring down to Cook. I mean, one running back, and then you got the two QBs now. But I would definitely have taken Burrow there.
Yeah. And I just can't, like, you'll see where you're picking right now. I think you got an amazing value on Harvey for one. I'll say that much. You are very lucky to start no running backs and still get Chuba Harvey. That is
Yeah,
very solid. But what you're about to see right now is no wide receivers. you were going to be looking at Godwin, Downs, Reed, and running backs and tight ends. So
he takes Evan Ingram. This guy's just taking wild card picks.
It's fine. I love it. I mean, that makes this is a 2 out of 11 advance.
Yeah,
which
spicy.
is great. Yeah, that's huge for us.
So I started with 3 out of 4 receivers. I'm probably going to chill at receiver for a bit. There's a guy I'm looking at here that I'd really want, and then I don't need Hawkinson.
Well, if Jennings falls, you got to take him.
I'm tempted. I think it's what I'll do.
I feel like you have to, right? I mean,
yeah. I do. With the calf, there's just it's a decent fall for Montgomery too, is what I was thinking.
You're not wrong. Honestly, I wouldn't have faulted you for going that way. I have famously been a Jennings hater.
I'm a little bit, but it's the calf, but
well,
year 5 breakout.
Is it the calf or is it the contract? What is going on? Because I keep getting, from the ship chasing guys, they're like, they keep joking about how it's just his contract.
They call it like a calf tract or something.
Right. It's like, is it actually his calf or is this guy holding out? What is happening? I have no idea. No idea.
I don't know.
But I will say Evan Silva from ETR brings up a good point. Like the blueprint for these older wide receivers has been laid out as far as like McLaurin and Jennings go. Like maybe not Jennings because he hasn't been as productive, but like you have Sutton, who was paid by the Broncos last year with a rookie quarterback, which is very similar, at least to Jaden Daniels with McLaurin. You just that is, that's the blueprint. They gave a guy 2 years, 60 mil, whatever. Like you just do that for the 30-year-old guy. Jennings, I don't know, obviously, because he's been nothing until last year, but anyways, I don't know. I think you took a good advantage of a value right there. He has not been this cheap in BBM until right now. Until right now, he has never been that cheap. Maybe a few times he fell to the 7-6-7 turn in the beginning of BBM or something, but yeah, exactly. But he was like a 5th round pick. I mean, Emo Cowboy was vetoing for Jennings in the 5th round during our.
He was going like 55. I remember that was crazy.
Yeah.
I want to check my Jennings exposure. It's super low because I've been mostly fading him.
You're smart. You're smart.
I have to refresh, I guess. I'll just refresh it. Jennings. Oh, I guess I can just type it here too. Yeah, I'm at 4% Jennings in Best Ball Mania.
Oh, good for you. Let me see what I'm at. I'm at 7.9.
Seems fine. I mean, the 49ers.
I'm not going to be overweight, but yeah, it is what it is. This is a very interesting spot because I don't need quarterback anymore. So it's like the skill positions just suck at this point.
I'm kind of upset because Mahomes went 77. I was going to take him at 88. Mason's good there for me, though. I like that just fine. But then like Prescott goes 91. The quarterbacks are going a little early.
If this guy doesn't take a running back here, I think I'm just going to double tap B-Rob Jalen Warren. I think that's really solid.
Perfect.
When I only have James Cook.
Running backs.
Okay, B-Rob goes. I'm going to go Jalen Warren. I'm not going to take Godwin. I think I'm Coleman here. I see the upside path. 29 catches, almost 600 yards on only 29 catches last year.
You're starting to sound like Tyler.
Which one? Which Tyler?
PPR. He likes Coleman, doesn't he?
I have no idea. I vetoed for no. He must hate him. I vetoed for him on a BBM that we just did.
That was you talking up Coleman.
Oh yeah.
No. I thought it was people. It was you. I thought it was
no. It was me. I vetoed for him. They hated
you wanted
it.
Pittman.
They wanted that. That I hate. I hated that pick. I hated that.
I don't know.
I mean,
Pittman's healthy.
Give me the Josh Allen wide receiver.
Oh no, yeah, because you were saying Pittman's back. His back problem.
Dude, he's got a back. They drafted Tyler Warren. They have a rotating quarterback situation. I'm like, this is Josh Allen, whose wide receiver 1 has a high ankle sprain, who's not even really the wide receiver 1. This guy from last year who was drafted at like 35th, 34th overall is, has 29 catches for almost 600 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's a value to me.
I see. Man, I can't do much with Baker here, but I'm really tempted to go Baker or Bo Nix or Purdy. I'm going to just take the ADP. I've been doing this more often. Like, I'll just take an unstacked QB past ADP if it's what I need anyways. It's kind of,
Do you
it
have
seems
any
crazy,
Dolphins?
but I have no Dolphins. I have no Bucks, and there's no Bucks left worth drafting except for maybe Otten.
It's not. It's definitely. I think it's a better pick than taking a random flyer on like a Michael Pittman or something.
Yeah,
Like as
I've
far
already
as like
filled out my
advance rate
flex.
goes, yeah,
I've already
yeah,
gotten 3 running backs I like. I've got 4 receivers I like. Tight end is elite. So if I
yeah,
don't want to fall
right.
behind at QB.
But you
It's my
also,
last
yeah,
QB.
and Chuba plays Baker week 16. Like you have a little something there. There's
Yeah.
always a little something.
Oh, Purdy I honestly thought Purdy would come back around to 112 and I just get like a super value. I could have just taken Purdy for the stack, but it's whatever.
Yeah, is what it is.
I mean, if Kyler's still there, I'll just double tap that as well and then
Hell
take
yeah.
him or Drake May. Kyler, I mean, I don't even have to stack. May goes before him. I guess I've done this before. I've taken
You're
Mayfield and
doing a
Kyler.
very high advance rate thing, and then I would just encourage you. This is totally fine, but when you do this, I would think you almost have to transition your brain back to being a slappy. Like so now you've done the ETR value scoop kind of thing, but now you have to go, okay, how can I make these falling values actually win money for me week 17? Like how can
Yeah,
this actually win money for me?
that's a good point.
So which there's a lot of outs. Like you have Trey Benson, you have
Oh,
Michael Wilson, you have
oh, I hate
Cade
those
Otton,
players.
you have Jalen McMillan, you have Sean Tucker,
I
you
have
have
I have Zay Jones. I have Amari DiMercado.
Zay Jones is legit, dude. Zay Jones is
Dude,
actually a very
I
draftable
ranked Zay
player.
Jones ahead of Michael Wilson right now,
I like that. I like
and
that.
I haven't
That's
drafted him. And I accidentally used to draft Michael Wilson, but I won't do it anymore.
I like that a lot. All right, I'm about to be on the clock. Bateman stacks here. I don't have a tight end, and Loveland is here, so that feels good. Is Mr. Judkins here? He is.
Yeah.
So
Oh my
we
God.
will go Judkins for sure. The question is, do I want tight end or do I want? I think I just want tight end. Yeah. I've double bear. Yeah, let's go Judkins and Loveland. I love Loveland. Okay, let's do it. All right. Here we go. Well, I gotta grab a brewski too. We'll be right back on the garage.
Yep.
Okay.
My dog she's asleep in the other room, and I keep thinking she's signaling to go out, but she's like kicking in her sleep, and I couldn't find her because she's sleeping somewhere she's like never sleeping. Yo, what up, Meg? Yeah, apparently, yeah. Just keeping it going, just streaming all weekend long. You know how it is. Yo, what up, Paul? Pittman trade candidate? That'd be interesting. With the Downs injury, I mean, is Pittman the most is Pittman the best candidate for a trade on that team? I guess so. They've got Pierce on the rookie contract, Downs on the rookie contract, Adonai Mitchell on the rookie contract. I don't have any. I don't think I have any Bears. Nope, no Bears, no Chargers. Let me circle back to running back here. Makes a lot of sense. And then let it ride. See what I can get into after that. I mean, Buccaneers wise, that's what I'll do. There's definitely some Bucks. I'll prioritize some Bucks on the way out. Okay, I forgot about all those guys. I was thinking Otten, but I can definitely get some Buccaneers to make this work. I think I'm going to take naked Kyler though. I just can't stand. I searched Kyler. I can't stand any of the other Cardinals options. Zay Jones in the 18 could make sense just for fun. That's actually the way I prefer to do it.
That's not even just for fun. That's like leverage too.
Yeah.
That's like a straight up good pick.
Otherwise, because the Cardinals are playing the Bengals. There's not really any Bengals I can get to besides maybe Taj Brooks, and that's pretty thin. Gesicki is Wait a second. I have McBride.
Oh shit! Wait, whoa! This just took a turn,
bro. I've drafted so many teams today. I
this
can't
team
remember.
another way. I gotta win. I gotta win this
what I'm
pod.
drafting.
Yeah. Let's just take Najee here, will you?
Hell no.
He already went. He went the pick before you.
That's funny. Get my boy Blue, I guess. Yeah, I did kind of start late at running back, so I'm going to keep taking upside swings with like Scattaboo and Blue. Mason. These are like my 3 most drafted running backs: Mason, Scattaboo, and Blue.
I like the Scattaboo 129. That's a really nice price.
Yeah, I'm going to start working him back in at this cheaper price. I am worried about the hamstring, but late season play.
Yeah. What are you going to do? All right, let's see here. Baltimore. I need Arizona. I might be taking Zay Jones on this team.
Bro, I can't believe I forgot. I need to scroll up. I didn't even, because Trey McBride really fell on this one. And then somehow the guy who took Marvin Harrison didn't take Kyler at 111. He took Drake May.
Oh, God.
Dude, these rooms are insane right now.
I'm going to go Dobbs for the bring back on Baltimore. I think he's a good wide receiver anyways. Should be the starter. The question is, do I want Trey Benson, Kyle Pitts? You hate Trey Benson. Why?
In short, he's just bad. He's not good. And he was splitting work with DeMercado, and Connor is like still the workhorse. They're talking up Benson a little bit, so like maybe it gets better, but it's tough.
I'm going to go with him. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. I was so in last year, and it kind of opened my eyes to the fact
let me show you this. This will kind of I don't know how fast I can cue this up, but I looked at this earlier today actually. Connor,
he was like 5th best in the league. He's amazing.
Let's look at so number 1 in juke rate, number 1 evaded tackles, but quickly, true yards per carry, number 20, 4.4, big sample size. If we go to Benson, it looks good.
Can you pull up Connor 2023? I just want to see when he was hurt.
I have to admit my pick, but real quick,
that's fine. It's fine.
Benson was 4.5, number 15, so his true yards per carry is right in line with Connor. So you'd think if he got the opportunity, he'd be good. But his is even smaller of a sample size, so it's kind of skewed. Then you go to DeMercado. DeMercado was a 7.8 true yards per carry on the same exact sample size that Benson had. So like DeMercado is actually better than Benson. And DeMercado played on the national championship losing team for TCU. Like he's not like a slouch.
I agree.
He's the guy who split work with Kendre.
Yeah, I was so in on Benson last year, and it was a big. I don't know. Watching him last year was so disappointing when he actually got that. It was that one game. I don't remember if Connor started the game and then got injured and got taken out early, or if he just missed the entire game. But like Benson had his opportunity in that game where he was splitting work with either DeMercado or Michael Carter. Yeah. And I was like, this is it. Like he's going to separate himself. He's finally going to look like Trey Benson, the 4.39, 215-pound, 5'11" running back that I've been so hyped on all offseason. He did absolutely nothing on like 10 carries that game. So I don't know. Ever since then, I've been kind of doubting it. However, I was proven wrong. I did go back and look at the game log because I thought he was completely awful. He, got very limited carries, of course, because of James Conner being healthy the whole season. But he did, like you just pointed out, did run for 4.6 a carry. I know DeMercado ran for more.
Yeah, like 8. 8 per carry.
But how many carries did DeMercado? I'll look it up while you're drafting.
They both had the same. They had like the same carries almost.
Really?
Same touches almost. I think maybe DeMercado's was a little bit lower.
He had 24, whereas Trey Benson had like 70.
Oh, okay. Well, then I think DeMercado had more receptions is what it was.
Trey Benson had 6 catches for 60 yards, so he had 10 a catch. But DeMercado had 16 for 104. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, that's kind of up in the air as far as like what could be in a way.
It's kind of middling. I think with Connor there and healthy, Connor is just like a stud. And even though he only plays like 60% or like 55% of the
Oh, he's a
snaps,
total stud. No,
they actually use him when he's out there.
if he plays the whole season, he's probably like one of the best advance rate picks of all time in the 6th round.
Famously
Absolutely.
on each of the last 2 winning Best Ball Mania teams, James Conner.
Well, shout out James Conner, because one of my highest placings I've ever had was like top 50 in the big board.
Oh,
James
nice.
Conner, 2023. Thank you, sir. I will say, we could have used another running back because we only got 6 points from our other one, and we had DeAndre Swift starting against James Conner in that game. Philadelphia Eagles, DeAndre Swift playing against the Arizona Cardinals. That is the same O-line the Philadelphia Eagles have used over the last couple of years. It is an amazing O-line. And DeAndre Swift couldn't even crack 2 points on like 13 attempts. So thank you, DeAndre Swift, for doing nothing when I needed money. Okay.
Yeah, it's tough.
I know. We need tight ends so bad.
Yeah, you need tight end. I haven't taken a second tight end yet. I was trying to figure out what else my team needs. I guess it is tight end.
I'm at the turn, so you got to do weird stuff. I'm pulling up Keaton for my first pick, and then I'm probably going to go likely just for the ADP value because not a lot of people got him at BBM this late.
Yeah, I like team stacking the Ravens in the situation for sure.
Yeah, we'll go Keaton likely, and I'm going to take a third tight end. My team's going to end up being a 2-6-7-3. So feel pretty good about it. It's always weird to start a team with Lamar and Burrow, but
I would say like more than 50% of the time, I don't like my own teams out of the one spot because I feel like I'm forced into certain things. So I kind of like how you're getting different with Lamar because then now you're just saying, hey, I need Lamar to be the guy. And then I have Jamar Chase with him.
Totally. Yeah. And I have James Cook in case that Josh Allen is not the guy this year. And
That's
also,
interesting too.
That also leads into Lamar being the guy that you probably needed as far as like elite quarterbacks go. I love those consolidated bets. They feel weird in the moment, but they always look so good when they hit because it just makes sense. It's like, oh, James Cook was really good. Josh Allen was kind of middling, and but they're always correlated. We always stack Josh Allen, James Cook every chance we get, but very few people are going to take Lamar, James Cook. So
sure.
So I like that. But we also have we have Flowers on the team, so we do have the Baltimore stack. So
I was gonna take Rachaad White there, like 20 picks past ADP, but he goes before my pick. Would have been stacked with Baker. At the same time, I think we're hoping that Bucky just takes it over and Rachaad White is contingent and more than standalone than he was last year, and he's also already injured. So it's kind of a tricky situation. Sean Tucker is also not a pushover, although he was for most of his career. He kind of just popped out of nowhere.
Well, I will say this about Sean Tucker, for those who forgot, he did have a heart condition coming into his rookie season.
Right.
And then last year was his sophomore season where he actually had some explosive games. So I'm open to the fact to where we basically know nothing.
Sure.
Like they basically drafted him like he could do something. He had a heart condition. He couldn't play his rookie season, got cleared from it his sophomore season. That one game he played, he put up 44 half PPR fantasy points. Pretty insane. And now he's looking pretty incredible again. So
yeah,
I would say in general, you should probably be into that. Like that is a very promising role. And it's only written off by something that is so niche and rare as far as like a health condition goes. So I would say Sean Tucker is a massive play in my mind.
You know who has like a really like extremely similar profile to Sean Tucker is LaQuint Allen, both Syracuse running backs.
But yeah, I can see that.
I think LaQuint Allen is actually like big and tall, and I think Sean Tucker's like smaller. I have to look it up. It's been a while. I did a bunch of rookie research for the rookie year that Sean Tucker was coming in. Yeah, he's 5'9", 207. And then LaQuint Allen is just the opposite of that. He's like 6'1" or 2. He's 6 foot 204. I don't know why.
Actually weighs less. Yeah.
That's interesting. I thought he was tall. He is taller, but he doesn't really weigh as much. I don't know. He looks huge in real life. Look, Quinn Allen, they had him standing next to Bashal Tootin, and he made Bashal Tootin look like a child.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting, but 6 foot, maybe that's under counting him. I could have sworn his college profile said 6'1" or 2, but they always kind of like overstate things as well.
Right. All right, let's see here. What am I doing? I need one more tight end. Gesicki is gone. Okay. I think I love Brooks here for a Cincinnati running back.
Phil Moffa just got drafted. I've never seen him drafted, and he goes in round 16.
That's wild.
That is
okay.
wild.
We're going Taj Brooks, and then wide receiver. Hopkins still there, but I think I need more upside than that. Let's go. I'm going to go a little bit crazy. I don't need to do this now. Maybe there's a tight end I need more. I don't really see it. I'm going to go Burton.
Jermaine Burton?
Mm-hmm.
I've drafted him more than none.
He is one of those guys from last year's class that was like, oh, one of those guys that, like, as we talk about, like, this year's running back class, like, this is what makes the running back class so deep is the fact that there's Jarquez Hunter and Taj Brooks. There's like these amazing guys down here. It was the same last year with the wide receivers in that class. Jermaine Burton was one of those guys. I think he did go day 2, 3rd round of the Bengals. Was he? I'll look it up.
Burton went in the, I want to say 4th or 5th round, but I can't remember anymore.
You're probably right. 80th overall.
Oh, he did? So that was the 3rd round.
Day 2. Yeah.
Yeah. 3rd round receivers, though, is like, I think we get overexcited about them every year because they seem like flashy and fun, but there's a pretty low hit rate on 3rd round receivers. Like historically, they're pretty bad bet.
I believe it. It's more so just, I don't know. He's so good. He was so good at where did Jermaine Burton play? Hold on, I can pull this. I'm not.
He played at Alabama, and then he got kicked out, transferred, and he went to
Washington. No, not Washington. Nebraska. No, it's Arkansas. It's a red school.
Was it Arkansas?
It must have been. I think it was Arkansas.
He was at Alabama originally.
Good luck. Georgia. That's what it was.
He ended up at Georgia. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, he was on those teams. He was on some sick teams.
Red school.
Wait, who took Russell Wilson? Damn, I'm actually pissed. I was going to do 18th round Russell Wilson to go with Neighbors, but someone took him. Oh, well.
All right. This is where I'm torn. Okay, wait. You're actually the perfect person to ask. Have you made your pick yet?
I'm about to.
And I'll talk to you about it after. No, that was my pick. Dalton Schultz, right? Brevin Jordan got hurt.
Yeah, he's out for the season, Brevin Jordan.
So Dalton Schultz is a really good pick, right?
I go back and forth. They're going to try to replace him with Cade Stover, actually.
Really?
So Cade Stover was drafted out of Ohio State, played in college with CJ Stroud. Cade Stover, he wasn't great last year. He also can't block very well, apparently. That's the biggest weakness keeping Schultz from being more effective is he's not a great blocker either. He's more of like a pure pass catcher, kind of like not exactly like Gesicki, but closer to Gesicki than like someone who can actually pass or run block and things. So it seems like the Texans have been trying to replace Schultz with a guy who can block and catch for like the last 3 years, and then the other tight ends just don't live up to the bill or like get injured. So I think Schultz is fine in the 18th round, but I don't want to be overexposed to him, and I'm pretty sure I am right now.
I was just thinking that with the potential slow start with Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, like this whole new revamped offense, that Dalton Schultz could be like a pretty clear outlet for early season production. But
that's interesting too. You know what I'm hearing mostly from Texans camp, and it's not a whole lot about Schultz. It's mostly, I'll let you make your pick.
I'm gonna go Fannin.
Oh, there you go. Total slap move. Slapping it up.
Well, he had really
That's
good
extreme left wing slappy.
Today. He had extremely good coach speak today.
Was there more? I don't know if I saw it today.
Yeah, it was just like Fannin is separating himself. So
okay.
Had to.
Let's see. All right. I want to we'll review these teams.
Mm-hmm.
How many drafts did you do on stream tonight?
2 on Typhel Tower, 2 on my stream.
So. Nice. Because y'all did Best Ball Manias. Did you guys do anything else after that first one? Was another Best Ball Mania, or did you do?
We did a Husky.
I did. Yeah. I did a Best Ball Mania first. I tried for an hour to fill a Great Dane, and it went from +6 all the way down to +2 for 30 minutes. It was +2.
No
and then
way.
It never got there, and then it went all the way back to +7.
Well, let's do it right now. We got this.
I mean, we can try. We can try to fill it for sure. I also didn't announce it. I was trying to sneak into it, so I didn't tell the chat. I didn't post it on Twitter.
Yeah.
But if you want to rip, I was planning on doing one Great Dane probably, and I didn't want to do it slow. Pretty good advance. I think it's.
I'm down to help. Yeah, I would love to help.
Let's jump in. If you want to rip one, we can jump in. Let's jump into it now. Yeah. We can come back and review these teams. I don't think it's going to snap Phil. If it does, we can tackle it together. Or so, do you want to draft it together or competitive, against each other?
No, together. Yeah, together.
Okay,
I'll split it with you. Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, that sounds even better. Let's jump in because I was like, it snaps Phil's. Yeah, waiting on 11.
Okay, well, never mind.
I know it's not going to fill, and if he does at this rate, we're just filling it with people that are.
Well, maybe when you come on during the 12-hour live stream on Sunday, we can do one.
Yeah, I think it'll still be open by then. I'm surprised it's already 41% filled because every time I've entered it,
I'm sure it will. People are just doing slows, probably.
Oh, that's what it is. So yeah. I didn't tell the chat. I didn't post it on Twitter. I didn't post on Discords, but I waited for an hour trying to get into it. And I went through the previous Best Ball Mania winners. I went through running back stats for literally 45 minutes, just looking at last year's running back stats and all this stuff. And it was pretty fun. I got into it with the chat, but I don't know. I was trying so hard to fill it and then be like, guess what? Surprise. I got in a Great Dane and it never worked. So then I just did a Husky and then here we are.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down to do another BBM. I don't know are you maxing BBM?
Yeah, I've been saving a bunch for August. I've got 43 left. So
okay.
Yeah, you want to cooperatively draft them? We could do BBM. We could do a Husky. I know that's going to close as well. What do you want to do?
I kind of like BBM more, but that's just me. I'm just so in tune with the I don't know. You guys switch your brain back and forth between is Keenan a value? Is Judkins a value? It's just I know in BBM what's a value, and I kind of like playing into that. So
film office shares. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I'm not going to enter the big eliminator because it's just too different. If it was a replica of the small eliminator, I would consider doing maybe one.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to chase the dragon kind of thing. It's I had fun doing my eliminators. I'm not going to try to relive it through the big eliminator, which is totally different.
I agree. I'm not going to either. I really considered the Great Dane, but I'm just I don't know. I'm basically your boy's out of funds. We ran out of site credits for the year. That's all I
Yeah.
got.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I'm getting there.
I'm proud of everything that I accomplished. I maxed both little boards, the big board, the bigger board. I even did some biggest boards. Then regular season, I did.
But you're still maxing Best Ball Mania, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Because I
So
intentionally,
yeah,
for the pre-draft stuff, I went a little bit softer.
a little softer.
I only did one biggest, one bigger, half max the big board,
Yeah.
only max the little board one, didn't do the little board two,
Yeah.
because I knew I wanted to save funds for
Good.
side
Good on
quests
you.
and shit.
Yeah.
And also, it's just at some point it becomes pretty degenerate, but you know how it is.
Yeah. No, I know. I will say
I also had a kid. I had a kid 5 months ago, so there's a lot going on.
There you go. Yeah, no, exactly. And so you got a lot to think about. I will say this is like a good learning experience for anyone who is playing best ball or gambling or whatever. Is, you know, me and another guy won $20,000 last year after putting in probably combined like 8 or 9 grand. So you split that up, whatever. We won like 5 grand each, minus taxes, whatever that is. It is so easy to think that bankroll is just going to last forever. So as I'm entering big boards and little boards and stuff, it's just like, oh, we're just like I have so much money in my account, like enter. Like, over the last few weeks, while I'm like, I want to max BBM, I'm texting NP43 like, hey, I'm depositing $600. Like, here we go. This is gonna last me like a couple weeks. I gotta run some sprints. I'm running some best ball mania. So, anyways, the money doesn't last. So use your bankroll wisely. That's all I gotta say. That's it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's wise words. You got to bankroll manage. You got to work up to it. This is my 3rd season entering Best Ball Manias. And the first season, I got 7th in the Poodle, and that paid for my entries, plus some other small things. Last year was the year I didn't draft Saquon Barkley, and you know how that went. Plus, I just didn't have the Jamar Chase team we needed to win. But I got lucky. I finished 5th and 30th in the Albatross. And so that covered all of my my golf covered all of my football last year and my football for this year. But then I've already gone over that because I spent more football this year than I thought I was going to. Yeah. But then I finished 28th in the scramble in golf. So that bumped me back into.
Oh, nice.
So I've been only able to continue to go
but also you didn't need Saquon in best ball.
It would have been still, I would have had more teams get further, I think. But yeah, at the end of the day.
But you wouldn't have won like a large sum from any of it. You know what I mean?
I'm curious. I wonder what the most someone won with like a Saquon team was. I think some people still could have taken him in the 2nd round and still like gotten like top 10 in something.
Probably. Yeah, like the perfect team. Yeah.
Because you could have still had
I think the problem is like a lot of people that were taking Saquon were like on a different mind frame. You know what I mean? They took like a bunch of running backs, whereas like you really need to hit on like Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Chuba, like those guys really were the ones that like won you, like Tajay Spears in week 17.
Yeah. Connor, Pacheco actually didn't do him any good, but he had Pacheco on the clock. Who do you kind of like in the 11 spot?
I'm Neighbors here.
Yeah, totally. I just did a Neighbors team. The only thing it comes down to is like, do you take Russell Wilson late? Do you just unstack? You don't take him stacked. But
no, I take Dart only.
Only Dart. Okay.
Only Dart. Yeah.
I did
Elim Russ, but only. Yeah. Well, here's why I like Neighbors is because I believe in Russ. I think he's going to be better than DeVito, Jones, and Drew Lock. I like Dart. I think he's going to be better in all those. I
don't have the combo with Puka yet, but I understand that I don't have him with Genty either. Do you want Puka or Genty?
Genty.
Okay. You're just a little bit afraid of Puka?
No, You made me take Genty at pick 108 when you came on my channel. Why not
That's
here?
true. That's true. Give him at 14. You know what's crazy is
Do you
the
remember
longer.
that team?
Yeah. I just
What are the first 5
I feel
picks?
like
Let's see if you can do it because I
we reviewed
remember them
that team.
verbatim.
We reviewed that team when I was on the stream with you like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Yeah. It started off with Genty and then Big Dog. I think it was at 8, and then that'd be 17.
And then what?
Oh, pick 32. Gosh, I don't remember specifically, but it would have been a receiver if we're pivoting there. I think so. I would probably take either Adams or like Mike Evans or Marvin Harrison.
Nope.
Was it? It was early in the season. So who would have been at 32 then? Garrett Wilson?
Nope.
Let me see. We took Rice. No, we took JSN.
We did.
In the late Darnold.
Took JSN. Do you remember the 4-5?
Worthy?
It was more volume, guys.
Oh, the 4-5 would have been McLaurin?
No.
Nope.
He wasn't there yet.
Oh yeah, he hadn't fallen there yet. DJ Moore?
Nope.
Metcalf.
Yep.
And yeah, he was going earlier, wasn't he?
I kind of like the team, not gonna lie. It's pretty interesting.
It's interesting. Did we get were our tight ends okay? Or we just kind of punted it? We punted it, didn't we?
We did, but they are okay.
It was like Ertz and something else. I remember at that point in the summer, I was doing a lot of punt tight end. I'm doing way less punt tight end now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as good.
True.
Elite tight ends feeling a lot better. The 5th round pick was Ridley.
Oh, that's fine. Ridley's fine. He's
I
still
like JSN Metcalf. Ridley's pretty sick.
I mean, I remember we talked about it afterwards. It's like those are guys who are the wide receiver one on their team, so it kind of makes sense.
That's what you were saying, yeah. And I liked it. I really liked it. And we had Genty Big Dog, which is like kind of a unique combo, and then we get the wide receiver ones, and then 6th round is where you really called your shot. Mid 6th, where this is now his new ADP. 23rd overall. I think 23rd. Is that Hampton? No, it's Matthew Golden.
Yeah, 25th year was Hampton. Yeah, we took Golden. Yeah, I was doing the hook'em.
Hell yeah.
Someone asked me earlier because Texas is playing Ohio State in the first week. They're playing at Ohio State, and Texas is ranked number 1. Ohio State's ranked number 3. It's the first time in UT history they've ever been ranked number 1 going into a season in their entire football history, and they're like one of the best teams
because of Arch.
Because of Arch, the defense is the best in the country, and then the run game is the best in the country. Particularly, could be too. Like Trey Wisner he was really good last year, and he's coming back. And then they also have CJ Baxter coming back. So like the run game is just, I mean, it's running back university. It's guys like Bijan, Jaden Blue. We would have had Jonathan Brooks. He keeps getting injured, but like he would have come in. Roshan's fine,
Really just Bijan.
Well, it goes further than that. Wow, he almost got Josh Allen.
Oh man, it's tough.
Do you want to go Kittle first or Evans first?
I'm not gonna lie, I do like Tet and Worthy over both of them, but you can do what you need to do. I do like Kittle a lot. Yes.
Okay. I also like Worthy. We'll get one of these to come back around. It could be just a strong wide receiver start. If we don't have to take Kittle there. So yeah, I'm thinking Worthy over Brees.
Yes.
Especially lately. Or would you want to grab Jaden Daniels or Hurts to grab an elite?
No, I'm Worthy. Okay. That Rice suspension could be so gnarly, and if it is, it kind of goes both ways. You can take Rice in the 5th round, and maybe you're getting the best pick on the board. You can also take Worthy in the 4th round, and maybe you're getting the best pick on the board.
Yeah.
Worthy 4.21 speed with Patrick Mahomes year 2, like I don't know. We need to stop playing around. That is like I don't know, boys. I don't even know what to say about that. That is like worthy of taking over T. Higgins at this point.
Yeah.
With how big the Rice suspension could be.
Yeah, I want to get some more Worthy. I'm surprisingly low on Worthy, which is kind of shameful, but I need to get it up. Did you see Meg was saying she got 5th in the Bulldog with the Saquon team? So
Well,
it's been
okay,
done.
that makes sense. Yeah, in a smaller field contest, yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
for
it.
sure.
I believe it. Yeah,
And then look,
that
the
makes
team in
sense.
the 10 spot started Nico and Puka, which is cool. But then they went Allen, which is awesome at pick 34, incredible value. And then they ruined it with taking Jaden Daniels at 39.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's kind of cannibalizing your ability to score in your starting lineup because Allen and Daniels are both incredible, but only one of them hits the lineup. You're wasting that many more points.
Yeah, it also messes up the board for everyone else. So quarterbacks are going to move up pretty quickly. So it would be like pretty good reason for us to take Mahomes like early 8th
Sure.
because for one, there's no one there.
And our
So
stack partners aren't great. I mean, Bryce Young's
no.
totally fine. You could say Gino's fine. And then if we want to go dart, it's
So I'm
pretty
definitely
weak.
biased on the Carolina Panthers offense. Obviously, Bryce looked pretty good in the preseason.
Oh, I
However,
have
I
a.
will
He's like
say,
one of my top quarterbacks. I said he's but like if I look at my Panthers, I've got 15% Bryce, 15% Thielen, 15% T Mac, 8% Hubbard.
shit, you've been drafting with Steve quite a bit.
It's the Steve effect. I've been drafting with Steve. Hartman comes on here too, and
I know. So here's my thing: is like I'm all into that totally. I do take Bryce. I actually have him in like an 8% clip. I will say though, sometimes I take T Mac and I just rest in solace in my heart, knowing that if he does suck like he did last year and got legitimately benched,
Andy Dalton.
Andy Dalton, who is like made Deontay Johnson relevant. Like if you got like people who are bullish on Deontay Johnson last year or this year reference his stats with Harvey. Fuck, Flowers is still here.
Do you want to go
God damn
Flowers
it.
first or Harvey first?
It's so hard.
Paul only has one running back and 2 receivers. What do you think? Flowers, Harvey.
Harvey.
Let's go Harvey. It's fine. Sometimes Flowers has been falling to the 6th.
It's
Egbuka would be
okay
there.
because there's so
Debo's
many
there.
receivers here. We're
Golden.
taking a
Yeah,
receiver no matter what.
there's a ton of receivers here that like just pick. There's a total tier, like just pick one. It's whatever, and then maybe we can get James Conner too. We don't have to though. Harvey Genty's cool. It's pretty heavy on the rookies, but it's totally fine. I mean, the Denver environment's one of the best for running backs, and then I think Genty's going to smash. So, do you want to go Connor? Do you want to grab another receiver first?
No, it's receiver. Your favorite receiver here. If
Egbuka or Golden?
Yeah, Egbuka.
Okay. I'm cool with taking more Egbuka. My exposure to Egbuka's come down just because he was rising so much, and I had a bunch of bags at like between 80 and 90. But I'll keep taking him. I think he's great.
Harvey, according to Sean Payton's best friend who leaked this information, is that Harvey is going to have 300 touches this season.
Oh, I'm so in, dude. Harvey was a stud in college. When I went back and looked at him, I started off by looking at T Mac and I was reviewing his tape because I watched T Mac play in college too, but I couldn't remember all of his games. And he was obviously he was playing in kind of like not the best conference, but when I looked, they played against UCF, and in that game, I was looking at the box score and like the stats, and T Mac had a good game, but Harvey had an insane game. And then I went over to look at Harvey, and he just touchdown merchant.
Oh yeah, and apparently, according to this guy, Sean Payton not only is like he's not trying to conceal it, but he's like Harvey's the Joker, basically. Like Harvey is the guy. He is the 300 plus touch guy this season. He is the offense.
And Dobbins
and we saw that last
year.
We saw that last year with Javonte, who was terrible.
Yeah,
terrible.
Javonte is awful. Dobbins doesn't catch a lot of passes, as far as I know. I think he's okay when he gets opportunities with the ball in his hands, but I think Harvey can be an upgrade even there too, and like be the pass catching back.
I will say I do think both of them are draftable. I think
Right.
the Denver run game is so strong on the O-line that
and there's going to be a third running back too. Like they're going to factor in McLaughlin on the pass game too. So it's how much can Harvey take from him even?
We saw McLaughlin. We saw excuse me. We saw Estime. We saw Blake Watson. So
yeah, it was.
There's a massive rotation going, but the one thing that is certain is just like Cortland Sutton. The one thing that is certain, Harvey's the guy. It is 100% Harvey. 300 plus touches is coming. So
Mahomes went to the drafter in the 1 spot. We could do.
I do like Knicks quite a bit. I don't think I want to do Baker. I think it'll be Knicks over Baker.
We can push one of them to 86 because Paul might take Baker with his Evans stack. But would you want to go running back first and get Mason? Do you want to get Hawkinson tight end? Wait for tight end?
That's really tough. I'll let you pick. Go Mason or Hawkinson and then take one of the quarterbacks.
I'm going to go Mason just to give us more of a built-out running back room, and I think Mason's going to smash. We can get more into that later, but then
I'm going to say Knicks over Baker.
Okay, I'm cool with either way. I want to get more Knicks. I don't have a lot of Knicks or Baker because I kind of skipped this tier, but I think it's worth getting Knicks and taking with Harvey, and then we can get some late.
And we have the bring back already, which is huge for me at least, which I really like.
Love that.
It's just like you don't have to think about it anymore.
I think it is going to be consolidated around Sutton in the passing game, but there's also another guy who goes, and then another guy who goes in the next couple picks that we might be able to get one or two of them on the Broncos. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Did you want to do a quick recap? I'd love for you to just go through this team we've got so far.
Yeah, 1-3-4-0. We got Bo Nix, a QB, running backs, Genty, Harvey.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, but did you see him in the preseason, bro? Come on.
That's true. Preseason matters.
It mattered a little bit. What did you take away from the preseason? What mattered for you? I can tell you like 2 things that mattered for me.
Oh, with like other teams, other players in general and everything?
Just anything that you took away so far, whether it's good or bad.
I feel like I've already digested all of it so much. I have to even think back to like what
I'll say one of mine.
Okay, go for it.
I definitely think Chig Okonkwo should be like up near Brenton Strange. I understand Gunnar Helm had like a day today, but Chig Okonkwo last year had to block a ton because the O-line was terrible. During the preseason, running with the starters, played 11 of 11 snaps with Cam Ward, so 100% on the first team offense. He did not block for one single snap, ran a route on 11 of 11 dropbacks or whatever it was.
He's the biggest. He's one of the biggest risers this week. He's up 14 spots in the last 7 days. I would agree. Sense. I think it's smart.
But also, it's like another clear thing is like, oh, they rest Pollard, Chig, and Ridley today. The only 3 people getting rested are like obviously the most 3 potential weapons for them. They literally played Van Jefferson.
Oh yeah.
Lockett, Io Manor. They played everyone besides Pollard, Ridley, Chig.
They probably would have rested Spears too if he was healthy. You know, you would think.
Probably. But
very consolidated offense, improved offensive line.
But they did play Ward because he's a rookie. But it's so obvious that like Chig is the guy. It is so evident. Obviously, Gunnar Helm is good. Could he push for a spot? Maybe, but Chig is 25 years old and is clearly being rested with the starters. Like Chig is like up to Brenton Strange level draftable for me. Easily.
No, I think I have it tethered somewhat to ADP, but if you ask me straight up in a vacuum, would you rather have Brenton Strange or Chig Okonkwo? the entire
Oh,
time, not
you could
just
flip
recently,
that
I would say
easily.
Chig. Like I
Yeah.
don't even think Brenton Strange is that good. I honestly, I like, what do we have to know that he's good? And the offense there is going to be consolidated around the receivers, the running backs.
Exactly.
Oh, dude,
I
Mayfield just went. So
I
you want to go
love where you're
Ingram,
at with the
right?
tight ends. I love this.
Do you want to push Ingram or you want to grab him first?
I'd go Ingram because he's the highest ADP.
Yeah, it's Ingram, Warren, or Dak would be ADP wise, and we don't have anything with Dak, so let's just go Ingram for the stack.
Yep.
And then, would you want to bring up Mims? Is it a flat tier for you here? It's kind of a flat tier for me. Mims had been going closer to 130, 140 at some points, but 110's not that crazy. Or do you want to go back to QB?
I'm going to throw out Kirk. He did get the
Yeah,
report today that he's the clear 2.
I saw that.
And I have a lot of Higgins, so I'm kind of trying to balance that out a little bit.
I like that call.
And I believe it because he probably is the clear 2. So,
do we want to go Judkins?
God, I don't know. You make the call, Candyman.
I'm gonna keep pushing Judkins. I think we know Kirk is the 2. We know he's gonna be decent. We were drafting Kirk at the 3-4 turn last season.
That exactly, right? Exactly. On a team that has a very similar offensive situation.
They really like Kirk because he can play the slot and he can play outside. So we've seen them bring in free agent receivers like Diggs. Diggs was cooking until the injury. Like he was not disappointing. Diggs was paying off the round late 3 kind of price tag if you can get him there. I forget exactly where he ended up going, but because it was like at some point we were saying, oh, do you grab Diggs or Tank Dell in the 3rd round, right? And it was Diggs paying off at first before the injury. I think Kirk could do something similar. He's not as good as Diggs, obviously, but he's still a little younger and similar injury situation, you could argue.
They have you guys. You have no run game. None. Like the Texans don't have. You guys have no run game.
They have no offensive line, the worst ranked offensive line. So what I'm hoping is like the sum of the parts is greater than the individual pieces, kind of like that synergy thing, like we're all rowing together. It's a bit more than whatever. So, but also, yeah, it's going to be Dameon Pierce. If anyone's drafting Chubb, I'm like, why?
No. Chubb's done.
To me, it's Dameon Pierce. Also, people draft Woody Marks. I'm like, why? He's unproven.
I don't mind Marks because
he's cheap, but he's behind. He's okay. So I saw the depth chart today that one of the beat reporters put out. It's Daria Gumbawale is ahead of Marks for the pass catching role.
Well, okay. Here's the thing: is like when
he's been on the team for 3 years. They like Daria. He's special teamer, and
well, they must not like him that much because they literally traded a 3rd round pick to take a 4th round pick in Woody Marks.
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
That's where but that alone, the embarrassment of that guy not being good, they can't deal with that. Like they have to play Woody Marks. They traded a pick to move up to get this guy.
Texans are notoriously bad at drafting players. Like they've had some good hits recently with Will Anderson and Stroud. That was obviously huge. Stingley was huge. So they do better on defensive side than they have a really hard time drafting good offensive players outside of, you could say, Tank Dell and Nico, which they've hit on.
Yeah, I'm just of the mindset that when you trade for a
Judkins
player,
went.
Yeah, that's all right.
We kind of need a QB. If Goff is there, I mean, I don't think he's going to be there. The guy in front of us has 4 QBs. The guy in front of us has Allen, Daniels, Fields, and Prescott.
Do we have a lion?
No, but we could always get Tesla later. Goff went anyways.
Stroud. We have Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stroud
wow.
goes.
Do we have a Falcon? We have London. No, we don't. We have Bryce.
We could do Bryce later. Do you want to do blue
Just
here?
Do Bryce now because we pick again so soon that let's talk about it for a second.
Okay. We'll just grab Bryce because it would have been our turn pick anyways.
Yeah.
I think
I
that's
like
that's
the
good.
guys you have queued. I think I'd be Tootin over Blue.
I'm cool with mixing it up. I'll take either one. I've got a bunch of both of them. So whatever you feel good with there. Otherwise, we could get another. Oh shit, we could have just done Penix and Pitts. It's
You
fine.
never know. You never
We
know.
need
It's fine.
Bryce, and we maybe couldn't have pushed him.
We got
Do
10 with it, so
you want to go Tootin here?
I do. He's my guy here. 9.9
Goddard.
Raz, ambiguous. I don't know. He plays Denver week 16, which is also nice. Like I do want to correlate week 16 a little bit more after last year. Excuse me.
I think it fits for this team, and it doesn't really mean anything. But when I see that we've got, and Genty, Harvey, Tootin, T Mac, and Igbuka, we just have a shit ton of rookies.
Oh, we're slapping.
We need to chaperone this team up on the back end a little bit.
Yeah,
But
which
Kirk's
is totally
nice for
viable.
that.
That's what I asked. That's what I asked Neil Orfield when it came on my stream. I'll ask you right now too. Would you rather have a team that has, and just from the running back position, but would you rather have Hampton, Harvey with, let's say, Najee, Roshan, Ford, and Kareem Hunt? Or would you rather have a, let's go McCaffrey, Kamara, but then you go Sampson, Algier, Shipley, and Ollie Gordon?
The second one.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
My only thought process with that is like we always wish cast these guys every single year, and what it turns out to be is that the high priced rookies tend to smash, and there's
And they
actually
get more
not
expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's the middle round rookies that disappoint.
Right. So it's like you probably do want to go for like the Henderson, Hampton, but then also tack on like, I don't even know anymore.
Well,
like
the only reason I said no to the first one is because you said Najee, and I was like, gross.
right. I know, but you get what I mean. It's like, okay, Rashad White and
okay, I'm back in.
Okay, you're back in. Okay.
That's all it took. Get rid of Najee.
That's fair.
Honestly, I don't hate Kareem Hunt. He was really good last year when he filled in, but I think it just goes right back to Pacheco if he's fully healthy.
Definitely, yeah. But who's the backup? Because the backup
Hunt.
is free.
Yeah, Hunt is free. I'll take him in the 18th round. I took him in a Best Ball Mania tonight, actually, I think. Or maybe it was, I think I took him. It might have been the Husky.
This team only needs one more running back, and he's a good option because we literally have rookie.
Oh, whatever happened to Mims? We never even considered Mims. I guess he never came back around.
Didn't come back around. I would be Franklin. I think at like price adjusted, I think Franklin is more interesting. Way more interesting, actually. So
we already have Ingram and Harvey. Like we've got a lot of good bets on the Broncos.
And we have the Chiefs bring back too.
Yeah. And then I don't know how early we'll have to take them, but there's a Seattle piece that's been rising that we could consider, but I don't think we have to take them yet. Are you interested in Braylon Allen?
Yes, I can't believe he fell.
Right, I think we do that.
I think it's our last running back, and then I'm down to go with your guy.
Who's my guy here?
Seattle.
What, do you think it's too early?
I'm not sure. There's not much I like here. Like I can see Mr. Horton being more valuable than every pick on the board right here.
It's tough. He hasn't technically beat out MVS for the third receiver spot, and there's still Cup and JSN who are target hogs ahead of him. They're going to run the ball a shit ton. They're going to run a lot of 12 personnel, so they're not going to have three receivers on the field very often.
I do like McMillan a lot.
This one, Jalen McMillan?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm cool with him here. But do we need to get another tight end? It's not really a good tight end spot though, is it?
I'm cool with Henry. If you want to go Henry, I think he's a difference maker. And then it's kind of flat after that. But I'm probably McMillan first.
Yeah, I'll go McMillan first too. It's fun because we have McMillan with Amika Egbuka, and then that kind of gives us like a nice team stack. on those receivers if we think Godwin just keeps missing time and the young guys take over.
Oh, and they like what that's the thing is like those guys are good too. Is we're not wish casting like, oh, if you project this like for this team and like if he misses, then like he might have a chance. Like McMillan's good. We saw it. He had 8 touchdowns. Egbuka, we already know he's good. So I don't even have to think about that. I don't know. I've had to explain this on my stream like way too many times, but we just got McMillan at what? Pick 158?
59, 58, yeah.
Okay.
That's
You
fine.
remember
That's a good spot.
you remember in the big
58.
board before they drafted Egbuka? He was picked 75.
Yeah.
You remember that, right, Chris?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I still had a bunch of Igbuka back then.
Right. So do we think the market is do we think they're the dumbest people of all time? Like, do we think people who are putting thousands of dollars down on fantasy football who pay attention to the offseason are like the stupidest people of all time? Why would he be that high? He's that high because he's good at football.
Oh yeah.
That is the general thesis. Now, he now has Egbuka in his way. He has Godwin who signed his contract. That is why he fell. I get it. But the general thesis of why he was at pick 75 was he is good. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like you don't want to like take Deontay Thornton over this guy. You don't want to take Wan'Dale Robinson over this guy. You don't want to take these guys over a guy who has been good because he's good. I don't know. It's like the simplest thing, but it's also like sometimes people overthink it in a way. It's just like he is good at football. There's a reason that people spent thousands of dollars on McMillan at pick 75. But
I mean, it makes sense to me. I like it. It's a good offense. I like pieces of the Bucks. I like good teams, good players on good teams. Fantasy football doesn't have to be hard. Diego was saying Lockett always also rested. That's probably out of veteran reference, but like I think as the season goes on, I wouldn't be surprised if they're really pushing Ao Manor to try to get on the field. That's what I've been hearing. I was reading some stuff about the Titans today.
mm-hmm.
Woody Marks ranking, yeah, he started out really early. It's kind of funny. Travis Hunter was unranked in the big board day one, and Woody Marks was like a top 150 pick. Receiver wise,
I like Coker.
We could do Coker. Anthony Richardson's there. Do you ever entertain that?
Yeah, absolutely.
On this team, I think it makes a ton of sense. And then we can come back around with either Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, Coker. We could do Noel, although I don't know if Noel is kind of a bet against Kirk, but we also
I'm either
JT.
We have Ted already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's leave that alone with Coker then, and
not do Coker.
Yeah, I'm either Pierce or AD Mitchell.
I slightly prefer Pierce straight up. They're starting to converge a little bit. I think there's some like he's the groin injury, but Pierce is just proven good. Mitchell still needs to prove it.
I'm Pierce.
He's my most drafted receiver. It's getting kind of crazy, but we know Pierce is good. He's just trying to get a little bit better. With Mitchell, he has to like go from being nothing to actually being relevant. But we're hearing good things.
He's also a hard head. They have to deal with him at practice, off camera.
He's notoriously a pain in the ass, but he's trying to be better.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's trying to be a pain in the ass. I think he just is one.
I got a DM from someone who hates AD Mitchell. Sent me a video, like a personal, sent me like a video clip.
Hates him?
Well, he clearly is so not into him. He sent me a video of someone filming them from like their flip phone. Oh, there we go. Lumsky. That was you.
It was David.
Yeah. David sent me a video of AD Mitchell just reiterating like that he's not a good person. However, he is got to be starting if Pierce is out. I just feel I love, for one, we went Richardson Pierce. I think that is like the strongest combo you can take late. That is way better than
Go deep.
Dart Slayton. That is way better
You get to
than
bring
Darnold
back with
Horton.
Tootin.
Totally. Yeah.
And then, what's his name?
Smash.
Horton went 189. I love Horton. I watched him at Colorado State. He played a game against Texas about 3 years ago that was really impressive. But I just think everything we're hearing about the Seahawks, we need to curb our enthusiasm a little bit for Horton. They're going to be running 2 tight end sets. They're going to be running 2 running back sets. They're going to run like 2 running backs on the field at the same time. They're going to have 2 tight ends on the field at the same time. It's going to be hard for him to get on the field because he has to not only beat MVS, which he hasn't done yet, he also has to beat Cooper Kupp, like, to get significant snaps. It's kind of a stretch. I don't know. We'll see.
Who's our tight end?
Yeah, we only have Evan Ingram. I think we might want to grab potentially 2 here and then call the team.
Okay.
Do you like any particular with the first pick? Juwan Johnson or Freiermuth?
Not really. Probably Juwan, I guess.
That's kind of what I'm leaning.
That's tough. That's really tough. What else do we need potentially? Running back? Let me see it.
Because now we're Ingram, Juwan Johnson. We can kind of punt it. The running backs, we could get some more depth. We've got a lot of we got 3 rookies, Mason and Braylon.
I think we're good. Shit.
Running back wise, I would take like a Corum, a Hunter.
I like Ollie.
Do you want to go Ollie? Is he still available? We can throw him in there. And then that,
I like it.
Our Tampa Bay. Did you want to consider going Franklin, or we don't need him anymore?
No, I think we have enough Denver.
Okay, and then I mean, tight end doesn't really matter. I don't even care about tight ends either. Let's just take 2 and call it, and then take one more important position like running back.
Ollie. That's our little Miami bring back on our double Tampa Bay.
Plus, it's always fun if you already have 3 rookie running backs, you might as well get a 4th.
Damn. I didn't know this is what $2 million felt like.
I was going to ask you before the draft. So if you do a draft with me and I'm giving you half the equity of the team, do you split that?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
In anything I win, I'm splitting. I am. It is not even based on like, if you had asked me like, oh, can I get $12.50 for this draft? I would happily pay you, and I would not ask MP43 for.
It's on the house.
I just give it to everyone. But just so you know, and so everyone knows, when I have people on my stream that draft a BBM with me, I buy Neil out of those drafts, but I still give him equity. So that's a small reason why I stopped doing like the life-changing money streams. I was like, man, if I really do this every Sunday and I get a new person to draft a BBM with me every Sunday, I was like, okay, so I'm going to owe Neil like 20 drafts times 25. I'm going to owe this guy like a lot of money, like what, $450 or something. I don't know. I just can't. $500. Anyways, I don't want to pay him all that money. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because so I've heard you talk about it a lot, but you and Neil both just said, hey, we're both going to enter all these tournaments. We're both going to max BBM, and then we have a better chance of one of us hitting because it's so hard to get there. And then you guys ended up drafting a lot of teams on stream together. So you kind of like, mega mind a lot of them. But so he's also drafting on his account too, then, like doing a ton.
Oh, he's maxing BBM. He did 55 elims. We did all the.
I've heard him talk about it, but obviously it's like,
well, he does slows. He does slows.
Ah, yes, there you go.
So if you guys ever watch a stream with me and MP43, you see how he has the kids walking into his room. He's got a dog walking around. He's got his girlfriend walking around. There's a lot going on. So the man doesn't have like time to draft a bunch of fast drafts. He's a family man. So he's doing, I mean, he's since June probably in like 70 plus slows, like at all times, and is still so cognizant enough to where when we do anything over a BBM amount, when we do like a Chow Chow or a Dalmatian or something, he texts me the team, he sends me the picks available, and he says, "What do you want to do here?" So not only is that guy always on the clock, but he's still taking the time to text me on the high dollar amount teams what we want to do, and we talk about it. We look at like,
Oh, I love it.
okay, so we don't have any Ollie Gordon so far this season. We're on the clock in a Dalmatian at pick, 190. Let's take an Ollie Gordon with a $100 team. You know what I mean? So like, let's mix in these guys that are rising right now. So
super fun. Yeah, that's cool.
It's really
it's
fun,
cool that
yeah.
y'all have that like thing, because I'm sure it's like when me and my dad talk about golf or football or thing, it's like we're constantly updating each other on like what's going on. It's like our
Yeah.
common thread.
Yeah.
So you guys are just kind of always touching base on that, and then it's fun. It's good to have that kind of.
I wake up to slow
relationship.
draft picks from him.
That's so funny.
With screenshots of the RotoViz like news blurb of like Jaden Reed shed his boot, and he just goes, "Yes," with like 16 S's. And I'm just like, all right, sweet. And like, it's just funny.
That's incredible.
So, yeah, it's a good time, man. So
yeah.
that is a big reason why like I love having people on, but also at the same time, I don't want to have to pay for every single draft, and when I'm already splitting them with other people. But
yeah, we're splitting this one 4 ways because Pat says that he gets some for being here too.
Totally. Pass the man. Have Pat on earlier. I got everyone labeled that I've ever done a draft with. I have them all labeled.
Same.
And
it's a lot. I was counting it up the other day, and I'd gotten up to a lot because I do a bunch with Bindles. I would do a bunch of Ballsy streams, and I like just draft some people. It's more fun for me. So it's like I was counting up though. It's like I need to jam some Best Ball Manias solo so that I can't just like half my teams are going to be split.
Exactly. So,
bro, you want to give me a final recap of this team?
Yeah, we did a what, like a 3-5. What we do? 3-6-7-2. Perfect. I love this build. We're going Bo Nix, Bryce, and Richardson. All three of those guys have elite outcomes with them. So I love that. A lot of rushing involved with all three of those guys. Our running backs are Genty at pick 14. That's ridiculous in BBM. Harvey, who's going to get 300 touches guaranteed. Mason, Tootin, Braylon Allen, Ollie Gordon. I mean, dude, this is the team where it's like when this team wins, people are going to look back on it and be like, why the fuck did I ever draft in July? Kind of a thing. Like, why did I ever draft with no news? It's like, you gave me Genty at 14 off preseason FUD. I learned that RJ Harvey is the starting running back, but I still get him at 60. Jordan Mason is obviously the starting running back for the Minnesota Vikings. Tootin is a wish cast, but we love him. Braylon Allen is like the starting running back for the Jets past ADP. And then Ollie Gordon is clearly the goal line back for Miami. Wide receivers, Neighbors, Tet, Worthy, Ekboop.
Okay, I won't do the whole clip to you, but
that's okay. I don't even know who that was. Who was that? Neighbors?
That's team money right there.
Yeah, it is team money.
That's $2 million right there. That's the next great wide receiver in the league. I think. He's.
That's what I'm saying. It's like we're getting this guy at 35. That guy, dude, Tet is gonna fucking ball, dude. He is easily one of the biggest smashes in the 3rd, 4th round. So we get Neighbors, Tet, Worthy, who with the Rice suspension, like I said, he should be a 2nd round pick. You should be wondering, should I go Ladd or Worthy if Rice is going to get suspended for the back half of the season? Egbuka, obviously a moneymaker. Christian Kirk, wide receiver 2 on the Texans at pick 110, McMillan and Pierce. And then tight ends, Ingram and Juwan Johnson. So
not bad. Did you ever show you this? That I'd have this clip?
Have you heard the nickname for your fans?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
I'm just a cokehead, dude. Out of context, that's crazy, but I'm the cokehead.
Damn. Yeah, copyright, bro.
I know. I added that when we had PPR Tyler on Ballsy, but the problem is I downloaded one of his streams and then I re-uploaded that clip of it. It's like such shitty quality because of that.
It's all good. All good.
So funny. Yeah, man. You did a marathon of streams tonight. I mean, you did the Typhel Tower, you did your own streams, and then you were nice enough to come on here, rip some drafts in the garage. Appreciate you doing that. Appreciate you coming out here and doing it. It's always fun.
Dude, yeah, I mean, like this time of year, I just love this. I mean, this is what I live for. I understand the Huskies are cool, the other contests are cool, but like anyone wants to have me on for a BBM this time of year, I would love to be a part of it because I do really think that what I'm doing is right. I think we have a legit chance at winning $2 million. I was incredibly close last year. I mean, I don't even want to talk about it. I mean, I was so close. If a couple of those teams would have made it through, I was 7 points away from two different teams making it through to the finals. And
I can't imagine the sweat.
I just really think I could win this thing. I really think I do.
That's what it takes. You gotta believe. You gotta see the future. You gotta draft like you're right. Take some risks. Go for the reward. You want to get that 0.00001% outcome. It's gonna take, going after it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Great stuff.
Yeah,
so, you're going to be live for a 12-hour stream on Sunday. You're starting at like noon, or when are you going to start?
Like 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. So 12:30 Eastern. It'll go until 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You're coming on with Bindles.
Oh yeah.
We do have Lumsky coming on. David's coming on. He sent me a burrito in the middle of the night while I was drafting. So definitely got to give him a spot.
You a burrito?
Yeah, he did. He DoorDashed me a burrito. He said, "You can't get off." Because I was like, "I have to go make food," and he said, "Nope, I'll send you a burrito if you stay on." So I drafted an extra husky that night, and he sent me a breakfast. I ordered a breakfast burrito at 9:30 at night. It was so good. I love this place around the corner. So
breakfast burritos, breakfast tacos. That's the way to go. That's like my weekend plan. I'll go to the gym early on Sundays, and then I'll pick up breakfast tacos for my family on the way back. And it's like I'm just so excited to eat 4 breakfast tacos and pig out after I just like hit the gym.
Yep, exactly. And it's a pretty clean meal because it's just
scrambled
eggs. Yeah. Exactly. It's just scrambled eggs with I got bacon and potatoes, so there's nothing in there. Add a little hot sauce. I had cilantro and onion too. So anyways, but no, we got a big ass Pounds coming on. The Tylers are coming on. So it's going to be a big day. I've never streamed that long in my life. The only other time we did 9 hours one time because I was doing 75 drafts all live on stream. But
yeah, the multi-table.
Yeah, this is going to be different. I'm going to have to actually talk to you guys for 12 hours straight. So I'm going to save my energy. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow, but Sunday, I mean, it's all day. I mean, it is all day. And I don't know. I don't have a sub goal. I don't have like a monetary goal or anything. I just like, thank you guys. My entire off season we had like 1,500 subs. I was like, if I get to 2K, I'll do this 12-hour live stream. We got there right before the season started, and now we have it coming, and that's it, man. That is off season achieved. Thank you guys very much. And Candyman's been killing it. I mean, you were in my chat last year. You're on the wheel for the redraft league, and you have a beautiful YouTube channel now. So
appreciate that.
The Ballsy streams are incredible. I watch every single one of them.
Oh, it makes me happy. Yeah, they're fun. It kind of came together. I don't even know when we officially decided it, but it just seemed like it'd be a lot of fun to do. And so that's what we're just doing with it, just having fun. That's the whole point of these streams. I was like, I'm going to be drafting. I maxed last year. I'm going to be drafting these teams anyways. Let's just hang out with the bros in the chat, the community, the other guys drafting teams. And so Yeah, man, it's fun. This is
Totally.
the best part of the year, drafting best ball teams in August. Here we are.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. If you guys want the best player takes, subscribe to Candyman, subscribe to me. It's all good, man. We got, I mean, or don't. I mean, if you want to lose,
No. Subscribe.
or this. If you think we're wrong, subscribe so you can watch, get in a draft with us, and then prove to me that I'm wrong. So,
You know what's funny? It's because you do this too. It's like people that we hang out with, our friends in the community, will draft with us again in Best Ball Mania. But essentially, if they have any faith that we're good at what we're doing, they would not enter our drafts. So there's like, it's partially because it's fun to draft on stream. I've done it a ton. That's like, I was doing it before I started streaming. It's fun. But it's like some kind of cognitive dissonance where it's like, wait a second. If I'm entering a room with BBG, I'm essentially saying I'm going to advance and he's not. Like, but I think I'm listening to him though, because he's sharp. So it's really interesting. So
it's interesting. It is interesting. And I think a lot of streamers don't get credit for that because we inherently lose most of the live drafts that we do. And so hence why I don't like actively stream my Best Ball Manias. If you guys want to get in a puppy with me or like we're trying to fill a sprint or whatever, sure. But like my Best Ball Manias, we started behind the scenes. I do them a little differently, but
yeah,
I learned that from last year too. Trust me.
Yeah,
trust me.
But so at the same time, we also just streamed the Best Ball Mania 6 winner. You saw it here. We can come back and watch this in January, and then we'll get some breakfast tacos and celebrate, and that's what we'll do.
If this is a team that's live in week 17, I will be in Houston, Texas.
Oh, you want to come have a watch party? That'd be fun.
Absolutely.
Maybe
anyone I have a team with, I will be there.
Maybe we can find somewhere more fun to go because maybe we go to Vegas in between. We could go to, honestly, I could come out there.
Sure. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, come on out here. I mean, we got, Southern California weather. It's we got nothing all year. It's just sunny skies. Pretty nice.
Ooh, yeah.
Right now I'm battling a heat wave. It was 81 today.
I'm so sorry for you, man.
I know, but I don't have AC though.
It was pretty cool here today. I think the high was only like 94 for about 10 hours straight.
Yeah.
No, but it's been fine. This summer's fine. We just stay inside. It is what it is. Got early in the mornings, but
yeah.
I'm going to the beach next weekend for my wife's birthday. She wanted to. But Galveston's not that far from here, beach, and it's fine in some spots. It's not great. It's not Southern California. It's not Florida beaches, but it's fine. But we're gonna do like a little day trip out to the beach, stay at the hotel on the Galveston Island at night. So that's like, and then the next weekend I have my brother's bachelor party in Fort Lauderdale, which is essentially Miami North, and it's gonna be like it's Labor Day. It's gonna be like a crazy. Maybe that's in 2 weekends. Whatever it is, yeah. It's coming up quick, but
yeah,
I've got some stuff coming up. So I gotta get these drafts in like the next like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I feel you.
How many Best Ball Manias did you have left?
I have 30 left as of right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I have a busy weekend, but I'm probably gonna try to get in like 10 in the next 2 days.
Yeah, we're gonna do all 30, but I do have stuff to do later this month too. I have a wedding, but it's in. Once the football season starts, and then I have one wedding after that where I am going to my friend's wedding who lives in Texas, but he's doing it back home in Virginia Beach where he met his wife. So,
oh, cool! Virginia Beach is
I've never been.
Very nice.
I'm very excited. But yeah,
cool. So do you'll fly into like Chesapeake? Have you booked the flights yet?
Fly into, well, it's a 2-way. I have to fly into DC and then Norwalk. Excuse me. Something it's in Virginia. It's called Norwalk. That's what the airport's called.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's it's that whole area is
probably the main airport.
Chesapeake and Virginia Beach area. Out there. Yeah. It's a good spot. It's a good spot to visit.
It should be a good time.
It's a lot of beach and swamp.
To it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's my good buddy from back in college, and I'm flying with his sister who still lives near me, and one
Oh,
of her
cool.
friends, and we're just like, I don't know, it's just gonna be a good time. So I've never been out there. I've been to the East Coast since I was 13. My family
Okay.
used to have a lake house in Maine.
Oh, nice.
Until unfortunately my grandfather passed away. They sold the house, whatever. But I haven't been to the East Coast. Like I haven't been to a beach on the East Coast since I was 13. I'm 31, so it's been, you know,
It's been a while.
18
You're
years.
due.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been over
That'd be
half my
nice.
life since I've been to the East Coast again. So I'm excited to go back. We're gonna have football on, obviously. He is actually a co-manager on one of my dynasty teams. So I'm sure we're gonna watch, obviously he's getting married, and then we'll talk some dynasty strategy after that, but we're gonna have a great time. I'm hoping I can hijack the mic and give a speech. That's my
Nice.
big goal. I'm gonna talk about how he wanted to keep Ezekiel Elliott over Bucky Irving last season. So
I'm sure everyone else can relate to that. They'll be like, "Yeah, I don't think you're
yeah,
just some
totally,
crazy
totally.
football obsessed person."
Anyways,
Well, how did you think your dynasty team went in the barbecue startup?
I think people hate it, obviously, but I think by week like 8, people are going to be like, fuck, why do I have to play BBG's team now? Like, I think they're going to be like, damn, Hartman got to beat him. Like everyone who played him week 1 through 4 got the easy wins. And then when I have Addison, Egbuka, if Rice is back, and I'm going to have starting quarterbacks between Daniel Jones, Pickett, Shadur, Dart, Gino, something's going to be working there. And I think people are going to be like, dude, this sucks to lose to this guy this week. So I think if you play me early in the year, you're stoked. And if you have to play me past week 6, I think you're going to be pretty bummed.
And you have Dart, so now I see you're bag defending the Dart over the Wilson. Now I see why. You're just entrenched. You can't help it.
Oh, dude, Dart's fucking playing. Come on.
Bro, okay, let's quick. I was going to show you this earlier. Let's do a quick thing. I've been looking into this. I'm curious if I need to be drafting more Russell Wilson in these tournaments because he's a leverage play and he's low owned and he's been going undrafted. Okay, remember this. He's only
No, the answer is
37.
no.
He's only 37. He didn't get benched last season. He came in for Justin Fields and never lost the job.
Okay, well, let's look up Kirk Cousins.
Look at this. He was the 5th most explosive passer per play.
What
5th
team?
overall. He's a big play waiting to happen, and now he has access to Neighbors. Okay, that's the best receiver he's ever played with. And then the game logs. The first week he came back, week 7, he was QB3 on the week with 25 points. And he had a rushing touchdown. Like he can get it done. Like he's practically free. Even if he hits your lineup like twice, he could add like 20 points, to your best ball team over the course of a season.
I have 20% Russell Wilson eliminator, but yeah, I'm not
eliminator. I think he's genius, but maybe
week
even
14 buy an eliminator is amazing. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, maybe he comes out and he's actually good.
Dude,
and
there's no way. There's no way they stick with him.
Has he ever been benched in his career? I'm just curious.
Yes.
For who?
On Broncos, for Jarrett Stidham.
What year? 2023?
Yeah, 23 or 22.
23. He didn't play week 17, but
that was Stidham.
That might have been like just testing a weird thing. The Broncos.
No, go to 2022.
I'll try 22. I don't even remember. I haven't been like following up on Russ lately.
It was
he
23.
Played every game
he got
22.
benched for Stidham in week 17.
Week 17 of 23.
Yeah.
But the week before that, he put up 2 touchdowns, 240 yards. He had some rushing yards. He had 24 fantasy points. Like he's still putting up fantasy points.
No, fantasy points, yes. But if he's a 0, that sucks. So
yeah, him being a 0 in week 17 to Stidham is not great. But
yeah, and I worry because they have a week 14 bye. If they had a week 5 bye, I might buy into what you're saying more. But I think they go into week 14 bye with like 3-4 wins, and they're probably like, let's see what the rookies got. You know what I mean? Like they traded into the first round to get him, Chris. You know what I mean?
Also, listen to this.
Why would they do that?
3 or 4 wins, maybe, but they also just drafted the best defensive player in the entire draft. Like he's gonna.
I agree. Wins. And their O line's not that bad.
So I'm just curious if this team's super underrated, and a different team wins the NFC East every single season,
I'll give you
Mm.
this. I do think that
It's a
the
tough one, though.
Giants are one of the most underrated teams offensively. I definitely think that.
yeah.
That's also why I'm really into Neighbors, and I don't even think you need to stack him.
Yeah, I mean, Neighbors.
Because
So,
if it's Dart, Jameis, or Russ, you're feeling pretty good.
as a rookie, second in targets, first in target share, like insane.
Yeah.
The next
I would
Jamar
not
Chase.
look at Russ like as a fantasy option though. That week 14 bye is so concerning because if they have 4 or 5 wins with a guy they traded up to get in the first round, you have a 0 at quarterback. I don't know what Lumsky's saying, but I do have to go. But
I gotta
appreciate
go
you.
too. It's getting late. But yeah,
All
we'll
right.
figure it out. I think maybe he's a leverage play. I don't know. Low owned leverage play, QB3. But he could be a 0, so it's tough. But that's the reason people aren't drafting him. Who knows? We'll find out more. Hey, thanks, man. We'll catch you later. See you Sunday. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Peace. And that's the end of the show. We drafted a bunch of teams tonight. We'll draft some more later this weekend. I'll be on BBG's 12-hour stream towards the end of it Sunday night. Then we got Ballsy Monday. Looking forward to it. Thanks for being here. Have a great weekend. Catch y'all next time. Peace.